now onwards.
Yes, I would like to add on that one. It will be a two-in-one. Flick powerfully, and this one takes only 2 seconds over the ropes for the second boundary of the game. What a shot from Twisenje Francine. Very, very well played. Look at that. Just onto the legs, flicking that one. And it takes no seconds to get to the boundary. Yes, I would like to add on that question and to be two-in-one. So, no, it's I just went earlier on the pitch. It's not a batting highway, but again, it's looks more of a spin track. But again, you cannot hold yourself back because the last game they played here, it was in that Hampshire versus in that Maidens. In that Hampshire scored 111, and I'm telling you, in the middle there were some players who I could say they ate some balls because their strike rate was under 50 and they spent more time there. So I think if they could have done better than that, they would have ended up scoring 150 or 140. Finger is raised, an LBW given. What a ball from Agaozo Keza. I would like to see that one back on the replay. Tuisenje Francine out on 605 with a strike rate of 120, and Muhanga Zebras losing their second wicket. Look at that. An in swinger. What a ball. What a talent from I've seen some players, some left arm medium pacers. There are so many talents in this country. Hope people are seeing this, but the development of Rwanda cricket, especially in women, it's in general as Rwanda cricket. But again, I'm telling you, if you look back in past, of, let me say, it's not even further, but in 3 years' time, there's so many changes. There is so many changes. You can now see uh, around 50 players who are capable of going out there and represent our country, which is a very good thing. And I'll get back to my question. Starting off with a flick there, but they will just settle for one off the mark on the first ball. Yes, I was to ask this question. So for Alice, and now she's back on strike, sometimes we hold ourselves back because we lost the first wicket earlier. So I mean, not we, but the batters say, like, I have to stay here for so long. And that disturbs your mind. You're now not clear into your mind that you think, I can get to 150 still. But you hold yourself up in the air. A chance of a catch again dropped. At least Ikusuke getting the second chance, second life. I mean, it's a third. Look at that. Up in the air, just mid on, dropping an easy catch again. He started earlier saying one of the best fielding team here, but now, oh Lord, but hopefully they'll recover from that. So they're disturbing my question, but straight up, I would like to ask you how Alice can get her mind clear that she still gets the team to what they needed. If it's 150, you still be positive, but again, be calculative and sensitive how you go through that. And what would you advise? Because I know in the dugout there they will say, "No, play it down, stay in there." But again, you touched on the head of something. You said she is going half. How do you, as Alice, if you were in that situation, how do you manage to be positive if you're going for the ball and be selective again? If you're going for the ball, you go full, you throw everything on that one. But again, you be calculative, you know what you want. How would you manage to go through?
It is 3 overs down. The score reads 21. Um, at this particular stage of the game, the only thing to try now is to, to reduce risky shots, because the more you play in the air, the more you give chances, and you've got some decent runs on board that can give you, a way to go. Playing down the ground, getting those singles, because what she's trying to clear the infield. That simply means boundaries. Lovely, lovely shot down the ground, but the bowler does beautifully, stopping that fielding from her own bowling. Very good. And for Alice, look at that shot. Those are the shots that you need now to trust yourself and play. Because down the ground, you get either doubles, singles, and those are more and more effective than trying to look for boundaries. Another chance went begging. Oh, good Lord. 3 catches put down. Was that the commentator's curse? Maybe. After now talking about their fielding, that they fielded beautifully previously last week, but now dropping 3 seaters and from the same person, from the same batter, Ikuzwe Alice. What does that tell you going forward? But let's wait and see how it goes. Down the ground, shots down the ground will give you more and more runs than trying to look for boundaries more often. Because for as long as you can play in the air, it's very rare to hit 6 boundaries in 6 legal deliveries. But you can get 6 singles in an over. And if you get 6 singles, that is 18 runs adding to 21. That is very, very good power play. Then from there, you're building. But now giving chances, that is not building. Another one, put down. Oh, good Lord, a run out chance and missed as well. Drama here. Inato Maidens losing the trick here, missing out. Look at that. A decent throw, but the keeper positioning herself in the wrong place. Oh, good Lord. All these chances. This is now the time when you get to the end of the game, then you say that we've dropped so many catches. Yes, you regret at the end. Beautiful delivery. You regret at the end, but not really something you can be proud of. Dropping so many catches. Like they say that catches win matches. That saying has been there for ages. So it says everything about this beautiful game of ours. So you've got to take all your chances. You've got to give yourself a chance. And if you look at those catches, they were all sitters, I'm telling you. And yeah, that happens. That really happens. What a lovely over this is. But again, it being a decent over, conceding only 1 run, but missing out three chances. And this is unacceptable. I could feel for the coaches in the dugout for sure. But now, very good questions you've been asking, Emile, about Ikuzwe's mindset going forward. And now this is where you get to test your players, to test your batters. How now? How well is Alice now? She found herself in this situation. I admit to say that she put herself in this situation. But now, how do you get yourself out of that? Again, that's another question, and that's another issue that needs to be worked on big time. But all I think it is upstairs. It is the mindset. What are you thinking? How selective are you? Like you said, the shot selection, the approach. It is a young team in that of maidens flicked, and that should be. Alice decides to come back. Very, very throw, very good end to throw at, but now the arm in the deep doesn't do justice. Really, really misses out on that one again. So many chances have gone begging just like that. But Alice, if you look at now what Alice is trying to do, she's trying to be on strike. She's trying to look for twos to make sure she's back on strike to keep the game going. But again, it's something you should have done way, way earlier on. If you look at that solid defense, it tells you everything for sure. But yeah, 24 for 2 after 4.2. The runs column not bad, but the wickets. Again, the wickets column, it's not bad. It doesn't look bad, but who is the main, the most up in the air, but now over the field, there should be a single. Alice says, I've had enough. Come and find your way out. Of which I can say that is a half chance. But now, I don't know now what Alice is thinking. I wish I can get to Alice and have a chat. Because there are things that you can't really, really explain. Giving away 5 chances. But still willing to give even more.
Swept. What a good shot from Wasenye Rukundo, sweeping that one finer and finds another boundary. Great shot from her. Look at that, down the leg. Full toss swept finer and finds another boundary. Yes, back to the question you asked. Just before this over starts, Alice called for water, and I think the main thing wasn't just the drinks, but the message from the outside, from the coaches, from the dugout. And I'm very sure that you can see the way she started this over playing. She's trying to change something. As you said, she is now trying to be on strike and minimizing the risks, selecting the shots well. But again, now, how do you punish those bad balls? Because you've seen how that full toss went, almost becoming a chance. Lucky for her, she played it over the fielder. But again, how do you manage to not hold yourself back from playing your shots? But again, you know what to do. You know you have to cross the line for the team. And what I liked, like, there is some things that you can never know unless you talk to the person. As you said, you wish you could be there in the middle and ask Alice personally. She can tell you what she is thinking. And on my side, what I liked is the positivity. You can see she is not holding back. She is playing, she is trying to apply her shots. But again, as you said, what is she thinking? What is she up to and going forward? And we've seen, like, I have seen Alice doing this so many times. She has done it a couple of times, playing the whole innings. I've seen her playing in Sorgate, everywhere in the national side. So she is very capable. And how does she now? She's been dropped 4 times and 1/2 chance. So this means she has had enough, as you said. How does she step over now and get to the next level? And down the ground this time, and what a good shot. Now, as you said, she could be playing this going forward, just down, knocking it down, see what how things goes. If she can get to 12, 15 overs, I'm telling you the score will be better. And not giving those chances. If she can get 6 runs and over, they will be in 140, I can tell. Dropped shot in front of the fielder, just a half chance, but that was not even close. Yeah, and I would also switch to another one, talking about these young bowlers. Having Nasila, who is left arm, Keza from this side, and so many other spinners like Ruth, who has made her debut on national side. How do you see the progress of these youngsters going forward as the nation in general?
Uh, Not to forget Wase Deborah as well, left arm seamer from Huye. Um, all the names that you mentioned, that is under 19. And I will say kudos to the coaches back in the regions for the marvelous job that they are doing to bring in talents to identify lovely shot, finds Oneta in the dip, settles for just a single. All these players, wherever they come from in different regions, the coaches are doing a very, very good job. And now, when these players come here, like now they are playing the league, when some comes on in high performance camps um, in Kigali as well, what we do or what we try to we try to do is we get feedback. We get their feedback. We try to give their coaches back in the regions what now they can concentrate more on going forward, as all of them are students. So it's very rare to have them in Kigali whenever you please. It's very hard. But now the regional coaches are the ones who are with them more often. So we give them that feedback to now work with the players according to what we saw. Then we see progress from there. Because now, if you look at Onete, she hasn't been bowling. But now, what a lovely shot this is. But the outfield doesn't do justice. Just a fold shot. They pick up a double. And the power play, 6 overs done, 36 for 2. So when now this Onete and the rest, when you see Onete opening the bowling for the team, then that is progress. Look at the power play highlights, that delivery that got Georgette, the first boundary for Alice. What a lovely shot that was. Again, Tisenge Francine flicking that and went as a flash to the boundary. An LBW for Gahozo Keza Onete. Again, another chance that was put down, Alice, and this was another one. So many chances inside the power play and a run out missed. Daisawa Esther comes into the attack from the airport end, and Emile coming to that question. For sure, you could see the progress. You could see Onette being trusted to come in and bowl the first ball. Deborah as well on the other side. Actually, she's in Mohanga Zebras, so we are going to see her bowling. And Nasira as well, you see what she does in the tournament. So the progress is there. And to me, the most important now is the most important part will be how well are we ready to retain all those players, to retain them, to remain in the system. Because you spoke about talents, spoke about Rwanda having so many talents. It's good to have talents, but now it's best to know how to retain those talents throughout the system. So it will be now up to us and the association, everybody included, to find ways on how we need to retain all those talents all the way to the high performance in the national teams. How well are we ready? That will be the question. But so far, so good. And whatever is being done all around, it's something to be proud of. And again, having these tournaments as well, it gives a chance and opportunity of game time to these players who comes from up country or different regions.
Yes, I think it is getting my attention and it excites me more talking about these young talents. But again, we can never forget about just the elder sisters of them who are just a little bit older to them, but again, they're also young. They're in 20, 21, 23. That's the average. So I would like to have an example of a player who they are not playing, but we can take an example of Giselle and Fanny, who has just made her debut on national side and scoring a century on the in the debut, one of the greatest things. And you can see, I know she grew up idolizing her, but I'm telling you, she is more aggressive than her now. How do now we get that talent, young talent? How do we take them? But again, we keep on supporting those who are older to the next level, not just bringing those young talents up to level up with those olders. How do we get those youngsters up, but again we also aiming higher to those olders, because you can obviously see how Giselle is now playing. She's very good, but I'm telling you, in few years we'll get more Giselles here and they will be more aggressive than Giselle. How do we now take Giselle to another level so that in coming years she will still be the role model to those youngsters?
Such a lovely question, Emile. Um, to me, I think that is already being done. That hit inside out, they'll get a double from that. And as I was saying, that is really, really being done at the moment. Because for as long as you can keep bringing in new players in the block, you also need to make sure that everything is done properly at the top to keep it going. At the moment, we are having Giselle traveling in the UK to play some cricket. That is player placement, something that is being done to make sure that the Giselles and the rest of the players who have now played for the national team for a couple of years are now, I mean, their performances keep going up. Having now them traveling abroad, get in the UK, play some cricket, come back, and exactly the young ones will be also looking at now being in her shoes, trying to be at their best to also get such opportunities to go play in the UK. And I mean, some time to come, you will see even more and more players up in the air, but falls short in front of Onete, gets a single. So you get some other players who will be getting such opportunities to go outside and explore the outside world. How is cricket being played? How is it out there? So for as long as opportunities are there, and obviously the young ones will be coming in the system, looking up to those ones who have tried that, who have gotten those opportunities to go out there and play in the UK and the rest of the world. Because as a youngster, when you are growing up, you are growing up dreaming of playing for the national team. But that goes even more, even beyond. You even need to come in thinking way beyond than playing the national team. Yes, it is the pride. You want to play for the national team, but that should never be enough. You also need to go out there and see what the world or what the cricketing world will offer to you as an individual, as a person, not as a cricketer, but again as a person, because you also need that. Uh, I mean, everyone needs that.
Last, one more question is, can we expect another SWAD like the one we had back in 2022, 2023, which played the Under 19 World Cup?
I might say no, because by then we had a squad of I mean, in the 14 that represented Rwanda in the World Cup, close to seven players have got national team caps. So that simply meant a lot to the team. Playing cricket at a young age, being called in the national team at a young age, and now, I mean, getting that opportunity as well to represent Rwanda, playing at the World Cup, when you have tasted the national team environment, when you have tasted the national team, um, I mean, whatever the team is offering at the moment, you have tested everything. So going now back into the under 19, you already know what is happening. You already know what is coming. So what even we need to expect from you is a lot, because we know that you can deliver. So by then it was very good. For now, the under 19 team that we have, only uh, three players have played for the national team. Uh, and it is a beautiful thing to have, but it can't get to, I mean, you can't compare the current team with that of 2023. But a lot to expect from these young ones who are coming up.
Definitely, very well said. And yeah, a big up to the coaches from the upcountry and provinces, because most of these players come from different provinces, east, west, north, and south. And this really shows how much work they're putting in. Cut away powerfully, and it is another boundary. What a shot from Uwase Rukundo. And you can see it's not only on bowling side, but it's both. Even batting, we've got so many talents. Very good shot, short and wide, cut away powerfully to get another boundary to the team. And the score is at 51 for 2 after 8.5, just one ball to complete the ninth over. And yes, I will. You are now working with the girls. I mean, women senior women national team, and you are now with them, with the girls, and you said it very well. Big big job. The greatest work is being done outside the city. Most of these players comes from up country, the provinces. And how do we get those tournaments like we having? Not only those tournaments like they are playing Seruka, Bjiruka, things like that, which is very good. But now, how do we get those provincial tournaments back home? We get them to the other level that they are playing very good cricket. That player will grow not thinking like, if I can't play for the national team or under 19, I'll be washed. You know, I'm not going anywhere. But she knows that I'm playing for my province. I'm good. Like, she is not aiming for the national side only, but she knows that she's playing provincial. She's having elite league. She's having different tournament. And how now do we get it will grow to having the A side, which is strong, the emerging, which can tour to different countries and experience the international playing, and that will help the country in general. And very a great work from the coaches, including yourself. You are doing a very good job, and we've seen it here in uh, challenge trophy here in Rwanda. You played very well, beating USA, beating a very strong teams there, and I could tell we were very close to. Is this huge? Yes, it is the first maximum of the game from Alice Ikuzwe, who has got so many chances, and now she said, I'm here to stay and I'm here to disturb and destroy you. What a shot from her. Straight bat under the ball, clears the boundary for the first maximum of the game. And yes, I know my question is getting too long, but yeah, I know you're getting me well. How do we get so many tournaments that will expose these young talents to experience international cricket from young age? And having busy tournaments, I know they study daily, but again, they should have those tournaments back home. They should be playing in the weekends when there is no elite league, when there is no leagues happening here. And I'm very sure that these are not the only talents. Back home, there are so many other left. Clean bowled, another wicket went down. It is the third wicket. Muhanga Zebras losing their third wicket. Great partnership between Alice Ikuzwe and the outgoing, but very well played by these two. And Gisubizo Tesire will break this partnership. 13 of 21 was a Rukundo Tanya, very well played. And the score is at 58 for 3. Look at that shot going across the line. Tried to pull that one. I think she has misjudged a little. It was a short pitch, but again, should have kept her eye on that ball and playing it with a straight bat. And I will go now straight. How do you think? What do you think about that question? How can we get these young talents to that exposure?
And I mean, I think I've got an idea, but now something is being done, and the best thing is the development team is doing the best they can to, I mean, to get so many tournaments going, but not on a national level, but back in the regions. And that is when the development team introduced Seruka, Biruka, Sugira tournaments, and yes, Seruka is being played on a national level, which is very good. But when it comes to Biruka, the under 17s, they are playing back in the regions. Later on, we'll get to see Biruka being played in Kigali on a national level. And that is where now we'll get to know what happens when a kid is done with Seruka. Seruka is under 15. So when you're done with under 15, where do you go? Do you keep playing? Do you go away from the game? Do you focus on your studies and you leave the game, behind? So under 17s, that is Biruka, it is being played regionally. Actually, regional. It's a regional tournament at the moment. So that is when we get to see the under 15s, those who played Seruka the previous year, now are playing Biruka in the under 17s. That is a provincial tournament. So, which is bringing in even more and more quality than Seruka. Seruka is more of, yes, there should be quality, but now you're trying to give the players game time. Now Biruka brings in some quality. Alice goes down the ground straight as an arrow, and that goes straight into the boundary. Another boundary on Alice's name, and for Mohanga Zebras. Alice cruising now 36 off 32 deliveries. And now this is where you get to rewind back and think about the chances that you didn't take. 5 to 6 chances that went begging. Now look at this. Alice now is cruising into the 40s. If you had taken the first chance, she was still on. Was it one, or she was still on 0? I think. So, this is where now you get to regret at the end, thinking about the chances that you didn't take. So coming to that, the tournaments are being introduced in the regions, and that's very, very positive going forward. As in, you're giving these players a chance, and yes, a chance to play as many games as they can. And as well, that's when the development team introduced hubs in the regions. So at the hub, what are you going to be doing at the hub? The coaches at the hubs, what are they doing? But the hub, it is all about playing. So you've got to play as many, as many games as possible. And that is when now those tournaments were introduced. So going forward, I think what we are seeing now, as you said, in 3 to 5 years coming, I mean, we are going to be having cricketers, and not just cricketers, good cricketers. And for now, the biggest part will be what I talked about retaining players. How do we make sure that we retain players? We still have them in the system. That's the biggest part. Because when you have them, for sure you've got to find ways to make them good cricket. I mean, to turn them into good cricketers. 11 overs down. It is the score reads 63 for 3. The current run rate of 5.7. Very good so far, as in Alice is still in after being dropped 5 times. Now she had settled for sure, because she now decided to keep the game going. And just because you lost your key wickets, doesn't mean that you're going to hold yourself, that you're not going to play your shots. You've got to play your shots, but now with minimizing risks of what she did. Now look at the boundaries she's getting down the ground. If it is a boundary, if it is a six, that six that she hit, it was a big one, but it was a beautiful looking shot with that presentation of the full face. And now cruising into the 40s. The captain on strike. KC Irakoze KC coming into the attack. Very good leg spinner. Again, another one coming in. She is under 19 as well. Look at that. A very good wrist spinner.
Yes, back to the game now. One of the best things I've witnessed in this game is, I think you was very right saying this is one of the best fielding sides in the tournament. Up in the air, over the fielder, and they will get too easily. Alice Ikuzwe playing very well at the stage of the game, and back to the fielding of this team. One of, I think is the youngest team in the tournament, but again, look at the field set. They know where to be, having the youngest captain there in the covers, but they know where to set the fielders. Oh, slapping that one powerfully, and it takes only 1 second to go over the rope. What a shot from Alice Ikuzwe. You can never drop such a player like Alice. I know she will make sure that you pay for it, and later on you will regret dropping her. And looking back to how Alice has been playing, I think one of the best things she has really improved on is the strike rate. You can see Alice adjusting into playing different positions. She is just the KL Lahore of Rwanda. She can open the bat, she can play in the middle, and she can just be the finisher. Just playing those 2 overs, few balls at the end of the innings, and she will do you good. One of the best players we've had we are having here in Rwanda. She used to bowl, but now I can tell she is one of the best all-rounders we've ever had. Look at that shot, sweeping that powerfully. She gets the eye of looking where the fielders are, and getting that gap between them. And it is the end of the 12th over, 73 for 3, and the current run rate is 6.08. I'm very sure if Alice stays in, they will get 140, 120, 130 will be very good score to defend here. And I'm very sure this was a spin track. You will see spin doing magic. Finds the gap this time. Fielders are chasing the ball, and it can never get to the boundary. Wasn't powerful enough. for Alice to clear the boundary, but she gets the two. 3 runs away from getting to the half century from only 40 balls. Alice Ikuzwe playing the crucial role for the Muhanga Zebras, and there is change in field set. Now the captain decided to have deep extra covers, long off, long on, and cow corner, not having deep square. I think Alice will see this one, and she is one of them who can sweep you. If she sees this gap here, she will try to sweep. Getting off strike again. Alice Ikuzwe and the team are going very well. With if she can get this partnership with the captain, Zaiturichi Nadine, who is yet to get her touch. Great, well played. Good hands from her. If they keep on rotating the strike like this, plus those boundaries and extras, I'm very sure there will be around 130, 140, which will be a good score to defend. And I'm very happy with the field set of this young team. You can see the game awareness. Is it coming back to the saying of better men makes better team? These these young kids are being educated, which is very good thing. Even coming up to their other generation, like you have to be educated. And back to what you said, you oh, what a good shot over the cover fielder, inside out, very well played from the captain. Just saying she has not get her touch, but now she proved me wrong, playing this great shot over the fielder and clears the boundary. After 13 overs, 82 for 3 is its score. Still going on 6.31. Going very good constantly on 6 and over. The projected score is 126. As I said, it will be around 130.
Ornella Muhire is being trusted to come back into the attack after bowling her 3 overs, conceded 19 runs. And it is the Rwanda Women T20 Premier League. Muhanga Zebras taking on Indatwa Maidens. Down the leg, those will be extras. Those will be wides. And Alice Ikuzwe only 1 run away from her first half century in the tournament. Can this be the ball? And not really, very, very cautious. Look at that solid defense. It was really, really the right shot to play, because for as long as you can get to your half century, you also need to keep your wicket. You still need to stay in there. Wide ball it is. And it is Indatwa Maidens still making their maiden appearance in the tournament in Division 1. A tournament powered by Dufferbed Sportsbox, Fireflies, and of course Rwanda Cricket Association. And what a way to bring up your half century right in style with a boundary. It is Alice Ikuzwe, 53 of 45 deliveries. Such a fine, fine player she is. with a very healthy strike rate of 117. 4 boundaries and 1 maximum. And goes big again. And even bigger for another maximum. Alice Ikuzwe cruising now into the 60s. Back-to-back boundaries, including a maximum. Maximum number 2 on her name. Look at that. Using her feet. Gets to the ball. Look at that. The elevation. Very, very good. And Alice is not stopping anytime soon. But this time round, gets a single. And the score reads 95 for 3. And we are still inside the 15 overs with 2 more deliveries to come. Up in the air, drops short, gets nothing. That was the captain. Look at that. Now Alice on 60 off of 47 deliveries. With the rate that she's going at, if she stays in, she might find herself into the 90s, cruising to a century. That would be the very first in women's cricket. Lovely shot down the ground. Gets a single from that. It is over number 14. The score reads 96 for 3.
Losing the crucial wickets of your team. An exciting field set now. Straight cover, which is looking like mid off, wide mid off. Who is just in between the covers region, but deep, and having somebody straight, like it's a mid off. And she does the job. Poor communication between them. Hopefully, no harm just between them, the captain. And I think it is working. What an exciting feel! I said it earlier. What a game awareness in this young team. Having I think this is a deep cover and a straight mid off. Up in the air. 1 bounce for 4. It is another boundary on Alice Ikuzge's name. It's 107 for Muhanga Zebras. How good to the team having set batter in there in just last 5 overs, especially having Alice Ikuzge, who can strike from the first ball of the innings. And now she's set. She have seen it all. She knows how the pitch is behaving. Up in the air again. Catch is taken. The big fish, Alice Ikuzge. After this destruction, what a player, what a game, what an innings from Alice Ikuzge. She has done it for the team. Very well played from Alice Ikuzge. And Ineza Mahoro will dismiss Alice Ikuzge, who has done a lot of destruction and who have distracted really the opposition. At least Ikuzge scoring 67. Look at that delivery, not getting enough connection on that one. And the simple catch was taken just in the long on running in. And the score is 107 for 5 after 15.4. And the projected score has now moved to 137. And Wase Deborah who joined Nakuzge Dorian in the middle there to play the last 4.2 overs. And I can tell wherever you're watching from, this is not an easy team. Mohanga Zebras last year in the same tournament, Rwanda Women T20 League, Premier League, they have beat the defending champion. They have beat it. I think it's the only team who have beat in that Hampshire. So it is not an easy team. Very strong side. Big appeal there, and the finger is raised. Golden duck from Uwase Deborah straight into the stumps.
Do you think now the score that we thought would be put on board when Alice was still in? Oh, good Lord. Tough call by the umpire there. Seemed to have pitched outside leg, but that is our opinions up here. So do you think the score that we thought they would set when Alice was still in, will they get to 130 at the moment?
I don't think so, but again, it comes back to the saying of the ease cricket into cricket.
Exactly.
You don't know
Can't
what
agree
to
more.
happen. Yeah, there is Nakuzge Dorian, who is a very good striker of the ball, but again, you can never expect anything. We just wait and see, but at the point of view, I can tell if they go under 120, then they will have batted so wrong. But you don't know what to expect because even though they were hit by Ali Sikuzwe, who you cannot take easy, one of the best players we've got here in Rwanda, this team is not an easy team too. They are very good bowlers. They have got very good bowlers, very a good fielding team, as you said earlier. So it won't be easy for those two batters to get those runs at the end of the innings. And having their best bowlers back on the attack, it won't be that easy to score. And we are moving into the last 4 overs of the innings. The score is at 107 for 6.
On net to bowl the last over. Up in the air, the ball falls short in front of Esther. Just for a single. The Dukunda Ruiz comes on strike. Also Keza on net conceded after conceding 17 runs. picked up 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets. Pulled that one. The running in between not that quick to allow themselves to go for a double. Gets a single. Not bad at the moment, because when boundaries are not coming, what do? You've got to adjust. You've got to allow yourself to get off strike. Strike rotation has to keep going. And Nakuzge Dorian gets a single. Dropping a deep fine leg. Having a third man in place. Not sure what kind of deliveries that Agauzo Kezonet is about to deliver. Is she able to bowl those Yorkers with this field? Maybe. Not really. Because the batter still very, very new in there. Now the captain says everybody in, apart from the 2 fielders, deep fine leg, third man. Everyone else is inside the circle. Going across the line, misses that one, misses everything. And Onete, how well can she close off the over? Let's see how she decides to end her spell. Very good spell so far. Can she finish with a wicket? Not really. She will have to rebowl that. Wide ball it is. Still contributing to Muhanga Zebra's runs column. 111 so far. An appeal. The umpire stands still. And 20 runs conceded, picked up 2 wickets in her 4 overs. And after 17 overs, the score reads 111 for 6. Nakuzge Dorian trying to go hard. It is 3 overs to go, and all you would want to see is runs keep coming. And as Emile said, anything below 120, Mohanga Zebras will not have done justice to themselves, because you've tried so much earlier on. That was Alice. Up in the air, they should be taken. The captain takes the catch. Nice and easy. And Nakuzge Dorian is dismissed. 111 for 7. It is 17 overs, point 3. Chizuzo Benita comes in and straight off the mark. And myself and Emile were busy looking at the triple ones, the unlucky Nelson's number, where it says that a batter is likely to be dismissed when the team score is 111. And up in the air, the captain takes another one. And 112 for 8. And immediately when the score was 111, the wicket fell. And you can tell the unlucky Nelson's number. It has been there for ages. That simply means it's something that works really.
And it has got the original myth comes from the name of the British naval hero Lord Horatio Nelson, who formed cricket legend says the number 111 represents his one eye, one arm, and one leg. In reality, Lord Nelson never lost leg, but the myth stuck. And another common theory is that the these 3 digits looks visually identical to the 3 Bear cricket stumps. So it has got so many origins, the saying. Straight back to the bowlers, an easy catch completed by the bowler Ineza Mahoro. And you said it earlier, can they get over 130? Yes or no? But now it looks like they are even going under 120. Last man coming in, last wicket, last batter coming in, number 11. Can they get 120 plus? Look at that. And not sure where she was playing the ball. And the bowler completed an easy catch.
Ineza Maholo Clarissa have taken a fifer. I'm sure he's very first in the tournament and in Division 1. You could see after bowling only 2 overs, conceding 6 runs and picking up 5 wickets. It is a big thing in that maiden's dugout. And Kayla, look at the reaction. She really wanted that to get straight into the stumps. It is the last wicket. Can she get this one? Not really. Oh, sloppy by Casey Irakoze. They get a single from that, of which that wasn't going to be a run. And Anastasia comes on strike. What can she do? And for sure, You could tell if you are a bowler. I mean, Emile, if you are bowling, if you look at that grip of the bat, that stance, you might tell what would come straight into your mind and what kind of delivery to bowl. And of course, as an off spinner yourself, bowling to a left-hander, it makes the job very, very easier. And Anastasi denies to go down. Allow the peel. This time round, Anastasi goes down. It is a wicket. And Kayla gets the last laugh. It is 113 all out in 18.5. Look at that. Very, very close. Call by the umpire. Look at that celebration. Mohanga Zebras finishes on 113. And in that one, Maidens will be needing 114 runs to win from their whole allotted 20 overs. See the batting scorecard. Alice Kuzgwe, 66 of 52 with 2 maximums and 5 boundaries with a healthy strike rate of 126. Ingabire Georgette, nothing. Francine, 6 of 5. Tanya contributed with that partnership of Alice, 13 of 21. And the rest didn't contribute much. But if you look at the partnership, the biggest was Alice Kuzgwe and Tanya, 39 of 43 deliveries. Alice contributing 22 and Tanya contributing 13. And that of Nadine and Alice, 38 of 27. That was a healthy one with a healthy strike rate as well. And now, after bowling 12 extras with the bowling scorecard, Ineza Maholo Clarissa goes home happy after bowling 2 overs, picked up a 5 wickets with an economy of 3. Casey goes home wicketless. Kayla picked up 2 with an economy of 5. Ornella wicketless. Esther wicketless. Agaozo Keza on net is starting off in style with 2 wickets. With that wicket of Georgette Ingabire. But again, goes home with 14 dots in her 4 overs with an economy of 5. 12 extras, not that much. But now, 113 all out. It is very, very good for Indato Maidens. And they will be needing 114 from their 20 overs. We'll catch you shortly at the ranches. And we are back for the run chase. And that one maidens needing 114 runs to win from 120 balls. And Soleil to open the batting. Gahozo Keza on it on the other end, at the bowler's end umpire. Pardon, at the bowler's, at the non-striking end. Soleil being the striker. And a fast ball up being a dot ball. Such a lovely start. Chooses of Benita to open the bowling from the airport end. It will now be for Indata Maidens to see if they can make their way through, driven down the ground. Lovely, lovely shot for just a single. Soleil Ishimwe gets off the mark. And that was a lovely shot. It only needed some power behind it to pierce through the covers region. That was going to be an easy boundary. A left-hander, Gauzo Keza on it, comes on strike. Kizuzo Benita. And another dot ball. Such a lovely, lovely start. For how long now can they keep going? This looks very, very good. Having new names and having new players in the block. Should be wide. Kahozo Keza on it, trying to access offside region. The required run rate at just 5. It is only 5 runs and over. Not a big ask. And that is when now you've got to try the best you can to win the power play. Because winning the power play, again, that brings in a lot going forward. Because you know that at least the run rate, the required run rate had climbed up a healthy age and finds the fielder in the dip. And only 3 runs on board. And with one more delivery to go, how well can she finish the over? Up in the air, it should be taken, and it is taken. And Soleil Shimge Mfurakazi is dismissed. She is sent back into the dugout. Chuzo Benita, look at that. Short pitched, trying to go for a pull, finds Deborah Uwase. And after 1 over, the scoreboard reads 3 after losing 1 wicket. And the beauty now of being a young team in the tournament, it is the exposure that you are trying to give to the young players. the exposure is the biggest thing, because now the way they dominated in Division 2, it is very rare to even have an idea of dominating up in Division 1, where you're going to be facing the players with the likes of Alice Kuzwe. We saw what she did to them, scoring a 60. Not just Alice, Georgette, who didn't do anything today. And I can't wait to see now them playing against Gahanga Queens, facing the fiery pace of Belize Murekatete and Giovannis Uwase. You can tell how that will be, because again it's something good, because they are getting better, they are improving in the tournament, which is something very, very important. Shot pitched up in the air. Will this be taken? And the bowler takes another one. Agahozo Keza on it goes with just one of 6 deliveries. And the bowler not putting anything down. Nothing slips through her fingers. 3 runs on board. 2 wickets down. It is still inside the power play. 1.3 overs. Irakoze Keza Kesi gets in, finding Women's Keira, the captain. All the 2 batters, very, very new, yet to face a delivery. How well can the 2 keep things going? That's the question to ask. As I was saying, Emile, being a young team in the tournament, it is very good. I just spoke about their dominance in Division 2. Obviously, coming into Division 1, you can't be thinking that it's going to be the same as Division 2, as where you've been playing. But it is the growth that makes a difference, of which I think that's the main reason why they always want to bat first, because they want to go in there, experience bowling to good batters, good players, bowling to Giselle, bowling to Henriette, bowling to Medvey, bowling to Clarisse, and the rest. It is something that you can't just take for granted. And I can't just wait to see them playing against Gahanga Queens, facing Belize, and the rest of the simmers, the rest of pace bowlers. Going forward, it is something good. Now, the only thing is, how now do we put runs on board? That will be the main key. You've got to allow yourself to put some runs on board, because 3 runs on board after losing 2 wickets. Not sure if Keira and Kesi will take the game on. White ball it will be. But we can only wait and see how this ends. But with the look of things, pushing to 114 runs and win this game for Indato Maidens, it will be a big mountain to climb. And for sure, the mountain is still that high because another wicket is down. KC Irakoze goes without troubling the scorers at all, facing two deliveries and scoring not. 4 runs, 3 wickets down. And we are still into the 2 overs of the second innings. Isubizo Tesire comes in, joining the captain. How well can you end the over with a dot ball? 1 run from this very over. Picked up 2 wickets. 4 for 3 after 2 overs. There is still a long, long way to go for Indato Maidens. It will be now up to the 2 batters in. What will be the approach? What's the idea? Because for as long as you can stay in there, you need runs on board. And not so sure if the batters in or the remaining batters are still in the dugout, if they can come in and give you boundaries. Is it that team that can give you boundaries any day, any time? Of which I don't think so. But it is a team, when you're looking for growth, you need to allow yourself to at least find ways of get off strike. Just that, keep the rotation of strike going, and then later on, that I can call that growth, when you are allowing yourself to at least get those singles, run in between those twos if you can manage, rather than trying to go for boundaries. And this time around, it's the captain. It's the captain who perishes. Cleans her out. And now the wickets column and the runs column, it is a 4 for 4 after 2.2 overs. How far can Muhanga Zebras go? The shot selection not right on point, because that was a straight. That was bowled straight. Going with a straight but would be ideal. But the captain, Kayla Uimanzi, thinks otherwise and bowled. It is now Ndaisawa Esther who joins Isuzo Tesire. How far? Still the question. How far can they go? How far can you push some overs? How far can you play down the ground? How far can you play straight?
Four runs, 4 wickets, 2.3 overs. In that Maidens being one of the best fielding and bowling teams here in Division 1 on their maiden league in Division 1 being played here, but again raising their hands up by their bowling and fielding. But the question is now, how can they bat? And I'm very sure I've passed this stage. You can dismiss your idol, you can dismiss someone who you grew up looking up to, but it is very hard to play them. As you said, you saying you will be excited on seeing the match between them and Gahanga Queens facing one of our quickest bowlers, Belize, Giovannis, and the rest. It's so hard for them. I'm very sure that of the strike is Ndaisawa Esther. After three balls, she gets off the mark, and yeah, it looks kinda like disrespect. How comes I hit a boundary to someone that I grew up looking up to? That's what you think, but it's very wrong because we've seen it. Suryavanshi, the youngster, first ball he has faced against Bumla, who he grew up looking up to, was a six. So that really says when it comes to a game, you play the ball. It doesn't matter whoever delivers it. And for them, it's you said it. They should be at least at the stage of the game. They don't really need to score boundaries as they're even young, not yet powerful enough to clear the boundaries for six maximums and boundaries, but they can touch and go. They can rotate strike. And how do we now shift from that stage of being so defensive and know that now they're playing in Division 1? They're playing against those players who have even played international cricket, and they've been so good in back in Division 2. But now how can they move and shift from that mindset, from that atmosphere into the next level, into the next one, so that they will be even challenging these teams? They can beat them when they get their batting right.
And it won't even be getting it right, but now doing the simple things right. Again, I mean, if we go on and say they have to make their batting right again, we might be asking maybe a lot. But now I think I mean, trying to do the simple things right. The simple things will be singles. How do we run in between? How do I find singles? That will be the key going forward. It's either, I mean, it is running in between the wickets. That simply means the strike rotation, because the main batter in this team would be the captain, Kayla. And you saw when she got dismissed, she got bowled, and the ball was too straight into the block hole, of which she should have gone a bit straighter. And that tells you a thing or two about the rest of the batters. What do they offer? If the best batter in the team is the captain, and we haven't seen what she can offer, because back in Division 2 she has been scoring. Even the rest of the batters, they've been scoring because they managed to get out, I mean, to be promoted from Division 2 to Division 1. That simply means they've been dominating. That's exactly what we will be eyeing at from these youngsters. If you can play down the ground, if you can play in the gap, if you can run in between very well, then that is a tick for me. And again, another thing is for how long can you stay on the wicket? Again, staying on the wicket gives you an idea of how to go about your game, of what shots to play. The shot selection comes into play. The thinking part comes into play because you are trying to say that I don't need to get out. What do I need to do to not get dismissed? And that is what we will need from these youngsters to keep trying. To keep trying. Yes, they are learning, but again, even though you are learning, you've got to show some quality. What you can do, you've got to be at your best at that exactly. So after 4 overs, it's 8 for 4, 106 runs to win from 96 balls. That will be the captain Zaitudichi Nadine to come in from the airport end. And for the bowlers now, those lines, anything width, and exactly that, anything straight, you will be asking so many questions to the stumps of which is the right line at this particular stage of the game. If you really want to bowl them out quickly, you've got to bowl a bit straighter. Then you see how this goes.
Yes, talking about how you should be bowling to these players. I think if you are a bowler and you're aiming high, should be trying what to do at the right time on the next level. Because up in the air, dropped. Fielder looked surprised by that chance of a catch there, but the teammate went just onto her and tapped on the hand, saying it will come back and be in the game. Yes, talking about how this opportunity of playing to against, it's not underestimating their capabilities, but again, is they are not challenging that much. So as a bowler, how do you get your lines and length right that when you get to that level where you need them in the crucial conditions, you'll be bowling it confidently like the Yorkers, slow balls, and bowling straight into the stumps, as you said, because that's the things we need when we're playing the better teams. You know, if you miss your line, you'll be punished. Then how do you master that things of bowling those Yorkers, slow balls, maintaining your lines and length? That when you get to that level, it will be much easier because here, even if you miss, there will be no harm. There will be no much punishment with your loose balls. But how are you gonna try to get that right as a bowler? That's the point at the stage of the game, and having some players like Alice who really know how much this means and this opportunity of playing these teams, it acts on both ways. For them bowling to for in that comedians bowling to these teams is the exposure of their bowlers. Then it acts on both ways. For the bowlers of these teams, I mean strongest sides like Mohanga Zebras, who are a little bit better than them, it's also the best opportunity for them to learn how to bowl good when they're playing better sides. Starting off with the dot ball, there is a bowling change. I think the captain decided to use one end, the pavilion end. She will be using spin. that much, and the other end she is bowling with she is using fast bowlers. And this time round, there is an introduction of a new left arm spinner. 2 dots in a row. The batter trying to pull that one, but not surely knowing where to play that. And Mohanga Zebras, with the experience of Alice Ekoswe and the captain, they will not let go of this team. Balled, dropped that one shot, but the batter wasn't that low much to pick this up. And she is cleanly bowled by the new bowler Uimana Dian, the left-arm spinner. Mohanga Zebras not letting go anything, just squeezing tightly in there that they can bowl them out before 10 overs.
Nine runs on board for 5 in 5.3. Wimana Dian bowling 3 deliveries so far, not conceding anything yet. And Isawa Esther, after facing 9 deliveries, scored only 2 runs. Not good enough for sure, as in that were Guardians are in need of runs. Pardon, in that were Maidens are in need of runs on board big time. But Clarice Ineza Mahoro, can she contribute? It's not that they've got to go in there and win this particular game. Up in the air, should be a run out opportunity, missed. Missed out on that one. And this will be a maiden over. It's not the, look at the required run rate. It has climbed to 7.4, and the ask is only to try and push the game deep, not to just go in and win this particular game, but just show some intent that you are trying to score some runs. Because to me, if they can go in and score a 70, they will have done very, very good. But with the look of things, after losing 5 wickets, I don't think that they will get there that easily. Yet to get into the 2 figures, it is the end of the power play. 9 for 5 is what the scoreboard is reading. Deborah mid wicket taking that catch. Again, this was the second wicket of Agahozo Keza on it. This was bowled KC. And the captain was bowled as well. The third wicket. And the fourth one, Diane bowling straight into the stumps, asking so many questions. And it is the captain coming back to bowl. And Esther Ndaisawa is that straight to Ikuzwe Alice at mid-off. Ndaisawa Esther, she is really watching the ball, but now the ability of pushing that ball even harder for runs is still a big ask. And if they go on and play the 20 overs, not considering what is on board, again, that's a positive. Because going forward, you always want to give yourself time to, you have to spend some time on the wicket. And that will play a massive, massive role going forward. As in, you're trying to find yourself and you're trying to work on your game, on your skill. Clean bowled. That was a loose ball, a bad ball, but the batter moved away, and that gave Nzaiturichi Nadine an opportunity to strike. 9 runs on board, 6 wickets down. 2 runs off 13 deliveries. And this takes me to what they say, that after every dot balls, there is a wicket in a T20 format. But now facing 12 deliveries on 2 runs, already you've put yourself on pressure. You already need runs. You are in need of runs big time. And look at that. Being given a loose ball, and only because you want to maximize on it, forgetting that you've got to keep your shape, you've got to play, you've got to get behind the ball, forgetting all that, then you want to play across the line after facing 13 on 2. Lovely, good looking shot, but the batters not interested in running, not at all. Because they know if I run, I'm going to be run out. But now look at that beautiful looking shot. If that shot had power behind it, it would have been a different result. 105 from 78. And that's the beauty of Gahanga. You watch in the middle. You watch 2 games at once. Look at that. You can even watch the game on ground B in the background. Up in the air, there should be a chance, and a chance is taken. Ineza Maholo Clarissa goes. Oh, good Lord. Mohanga Zebras trying to make history here. 9 runs, 7 wickets down. Not so good, really, Emile. Not so good in terms of the batting. You've got to do something about it going forward, because coming in, playing a T20, scoring 9 runs in 7 overs, that happens. 9 runs in 7 overs, it might happen on any particular day, but 7 wickets. What are you trying as batters? What are you really trying? Because if you look at those dismissals, many of them were bowled and caught, of which I think the dismissals the dismissals oh good lord, what is really happening? An appeal, but the umpire says I had nothing. The batter gets another chance, and for sure you've got to try something here. Being bold, cross the line, and playing in the air, not even trying to clear the infield, but trying to just hit the ball. I mean, they've got to do better than this going forward, because they've got to be able to score some runs for sure. And now you could imagine if now they've batted first. Again, it would have been a different story at the moment. So going forward, the team in that maidens will have to sit, re-strategize, and come up with solutions on how they can be able to put something on board.
Definitely. If I say this, I hope it's not looking down to them, but you said it very well. They have to be realistic. They have to have a plan about how they go about their launches and their batting in general. Because looking on how the batting, I think it's not even about the run chase now. To them, if they were looking to win the league, I think they will be targeting almost to an impossible thing to them. I mean, it's not looking down to them, but again, you have to be realistic on how you go about your game and the process of the development. It's You can see the level of their bowling is not any close to their batting. So this tells you something that if they can bowl and restrict a good team under 120, like in that Hampshire, plus this Mohanga Zebras in that Hampshire scored 111, Zebras scored 113. This means that their bowling is good. I don't think they should be aiming. I mean, they should aim to win the game, but again, be realistic, have a plan. If they score 70, 80 in 20 overs, not all out, it will be it will show much more improvement on their batting than just coming here trying to slog that they are not even connecting, going across the line and getting balled out for 15 or 20 runs. I think they should be at least aiming to finish the 20 overs and getting like above 50 runs, it will be much better, and it will show much more improvement on their batting. And they are still young, as you said. They are young. They don't need to score. Oh, clean balled, and the eighth wicket goes down, calling up the 10th man to come in. 10 for eight wickets, 10 runs after 8.2 overs. Muhanga Zebras won't hesitate to take any chance coming on their way. They'll try to squeeze in tightly, and for them, look at that, going back, playing it on the back foot, but missing the line. Yes, it will be much even better for Muhanga Zebras if they can ball them out before 10 overs. But back to in that comedians, what are they going to be working on going forward as their coaching staff and the team in general, the club? How are they going to improve on their batting? It's not the matter of this. The skill set is also the problem, but because their batting level is not at the same one as these teams, but again, the mindset. How are they going to prepare these players and they come back with different mindset of now staying on the wicket, but again looking forward to get those singles. But the main thing is their wickets now, losing their wickets for nothing. They're not. It's not even that they're attacking them, they're slogging. No, but they are just getting missed out for nothing. How are they going to improve on that? It's not underestimating them, their capabilities, or looking down onto them, but it's the thing of development. We've been applauding them for their bowling and fielding and the game awareness. Now they have to bring that into their batting. And if you have one thing to advise them, uh, please give it here, and I would learn from that too. It's the thing that I'll meet wherever I'll go in the game of cricket. If I will be in coaching too, maybe sooner or later, but I think I'll meet these things. How can I go through it if I find the team in this situation and I'll be the coach? What do you think? How can I go through that?
It's it's not easy, and it can never be easy coaching. It's I mean, you see that on a daily basis what a coaches go through. That is Coach Slane with Coach Eric with their team. If you look at them, for sure, you can tell them at the moment. And I mean, being in such situations, or in this particular situation, as a coach, I can say that I mean, if I get that opportunity to hear the feedback in the dugout, I mean, I don't know how I will feel, because players, as in these kids, for them, it is about having fun. So they're here to play cricket, but again, they need to have fun. And they're at their best stage of development where they need to have fun. So for them, it is not about winning, and it can never be, and it can never be about scoring 50s, hitting sixes, hitting fours, but having fun. I'm telling you, if one goes in there and play spends in there, like, I mean, 5, 10 overs, she has done better, way better, and that is the most important thing. them knowing that I'm coming from home, I'm going to Gahanga, I have a game, I'm in the 11, I'm going in there, I'm fielding, I'm batting, I'm bowling. That is the best feeling. So again, as a coach, knowing the team that you are working with, again, you don't have to put yourself into, I mean, you don't have to stress yourself. You don't have to think about lots of things, because it is all about enjoyment. They need to enjoy it. They need to make sure that the very next weekend I need to come back here and it is fun. So if you as Emile find yourself in such situation, there is a way I can talk to you way different than how I can talk to these ones. So these ones are more younger, that they don't, I mean, there are things that they don't need to hear. There are things that you don't need to tell them. But now, going forward, it is understanding your environment, understanding the people you are working with. And exactly when you know the kind of people, the kind of environment you are working in, you definitely know how you're going to go about it. Like here in that one, Maidens, even next week they will be coming in. They will come back here, they will go on and play their third game. But even if they do the same, you're not going to chase them away. They will still come back. So you need to let them have fun as the first priority coming into this game of cricket. So at their age, to me, this is okay. As in, if this tournament ends and they go back, they sit, they have a chat. If they think that they've learned nothing out of this, then there is a problem. If there is nothing to be proud of, then there is a problem. If the coaches sit with the team and say, these are the negatives, these are the positives. If the negatives are way many than the positives, then there is a problem. There is always something to be proud of. So if they sit and find that there is something to be proud of, then that is growth. So to me, I'm looking at this as growth, as the exposure. It is something that they've not been seeing. They didn't get this on their way growing into this game. So them now being where they are now, it is growth. You've got to experience this. Even you in your early days, in your as you are growing into this game of cricket, you've been in situations like this where your team has been in um, a big mess, but you've got to learn from it. You've got to I mean, to put in yards. You've got to work even harder to at least get yourself from that and now get better as a cricketer. Because I'm sure you know all these kind of situations. But how now you get yourself out of this in terms of how you improve, how you progress, is what matters the most. My thoughts.
Yes, allow me to intervene and ask you another question. I'm very lucky that you are here and you've been through all the stages of coaching at your age, and you've been into a region, You were a regional coach. You coached under 19 men, including myself, senior men's national team, and now you are with girls and women senior national team. The key thing to having, like, how do you find the middle ground of knowing how to communicate to those different stages? You really know that you're coaching, let me say, 400 kids, that's regional, and you know that you're coaching those kids on another level on under 19, and now you're on senior high performance. How do you find the middle ground of the communication? And you allow me, and if hopefully you go through that a little by by your experience. You take us through that by your experience. But again, the second question is it the message that's about communication? Is it the message you're giving, or is the way you're giving the message? If I could give you an example, somebody I saw earlier, one of the zebras players dropped a catch, and the closer fielder went to her and tapped on her and said, "You." In my eyes, I saw it as if she is saying, "You come back, wake up, you're in the game. Don't worry, the next one is coming." All, and the other one should say, "Nah, come on, get up, and why did you drop that?" Like she was shouting at her. That's the same message that you did wrong, you did wrong, but again, how you deliver the message. So you try to go through that too, the experience of coaching different stages, and how you go through that, and about the communication. Is it the message you're giving, or is the how you give the message?
Uh, I think will that be the first double? But I'll start from the second one. To me, I think it is always the message, because for as long as you can give the message, no, pardon, it is always the message, because you can always find a way. You can always find a way to to make people understand the message. But now, if I try to communicate something, it gets to you and you don't understand, then it remains like that, then there is a problem. But then I have to make sure that that message goes through and it is executed exactly how I wanted, because it has to be the message, because people are different and people um, receive the message differently. So you've got to understand people as well. You've got to understand people you're working with, the environment, and the environment goes with it's the people, but people have different backgrounds. People have different backgrounds that you can't talk to them in a certain way. So you've got to understand them, and then it's the message, because the way it has to be the message, because how I transfer the message and how you receive it has to be different, but the message has to be the right message. So if it has to be the right message, then I have to make sure that I find ways to get that to you, and I have to make sure that you understand. So
Sure.
back to communication. um, I found out that knowing the people you work with is is the pillar. Because if I know Emile, he is this kind of a human being, I immediately find ways on how to go about Emile. For instance, that will be the 9th wicket, Ali Sikuzwe, picking up that wicket of Izere Confiance. Coaching Emile and coaching Confiance, they are totally different people. If I need to, to take you through different shots, to take you through horizontal shots, the cut shot, the pull shot, the way that I will make sure that you go through those shots is it will not be the way that this young player will do. So it has to be different. But it comes with knowing who you are working with, the capabilities. What is Emile able to do? What is this other young player? What is he or she able to do? So the capabilities are different, even the abilities. So knowing what you can do, and that will allow me to know what I have to help you with. So the communication has to go on and in the right manner that accommodates everyone. The way you talk to 400 kids, and 400 kids, for them, remember we talked about fun. They just want to have fun. Only that. So a national team player is very different. She needs to make sure that she's having fun, but again, she's making progress. You're having fun, you're making progress, you're winning. So for the kids, it is fun. Nothing like winning, nothing like hitting sixes or what. It is fun. So definitely the tone, the voice, it has to be different. The tone has to be different. The message, it might not be different depending on the age, but again, I can't come to a 12-year-old and tell him or her three-quarter line. But when I come to you, when I say three-quarter line, you know what that really means. So it's understanding the environment and knowing who you are working with at what level. There is a model that is called long-term player development. So the long-term player development, it has 7 stages of development. So from these years to this, there are things that you need to teach a certain kid, a certain person, depending on the age. So, for instance, for a 6-year-old, what a 6-year-old will be taught, it will be different from a 15-year-old. So there is the fundamental stage. There is the training to train. There is even the last stage is called active for life, where you are giving back to the game. You are giving back to the community. So when I talk about maybe the under 19s, it is a training to train. In a training to train stage, there are things that a 15 to 17-year-old kid has to learn and has to do. You have to be doing this. You have to be able to execute a certain skill at a certain level of development. So it goes around And yes, when you go into that, and I'm sure you've done some courses, you might have you might have heard about long-term player development, but when now you go into it, then you get to understand it. You've got to know, what do I need to teach this, and what do I need to teach that, depending on the age and what they are able to do. Because your body, there are things that your body can do that my body cannot do, and what I can do that you cannot do. So it has to be different, and you have to find ways to communicate through that.
Thank you so much. That is the feedback and the insights of the coach who have been through all the stages of the game. Not all of them, but almost coaching uh, both the gender, I mean, male, female, coaching young kids, that's in regional, coaching under 19 boys, coaching senior men's national team, and now he is with the senior women national team. A very good thing to hear from him, and yeah, I got my I took something from there that I will now be asking as somebody watching the game, as somebody who is just a fan, as somebody who needs a pleasure, who needs excitement from the game. He or she will be expecting these young players to do like the other ones, to do like their seniors, but they don't really know the things you said. They are not sure about what you said. They don't know how to go about those stages of a person growing up, transforming a young kid into a professional player and a better human being. He or she doesn't know that, and they only need a result. And thank you very much for your thoughts and opinions. And also, it's a big appeal there, and the umpire stands still. And now we are back into the game being played here. It is 20 for 9 after 14.4. Alice Ikuzwe bowling her second over, taking 1 wicket and conceding 2 runs in this one. 2 balls to finish her second over. And now, how comes, I think, if I'm very sure that these two, number 11 and number 7, I mean, the last wicket, you can see she has faced 5 deliveries, not scoring any run. But again, they've spent there, I think, almost five overs together. How comes now I mean, is it? Yeah, I think it's true. But how comes now you see those two playing in the middle, spending 5 or more overs together, that they are not even skilled enough? I mean, technically, like those who played before them. I mean, number top order batters and the middle order batters. How comes? Is it the mindset? Is it now what you said? They are just having fun, like watching the ball and playing wherever it is. Now, what is the idea? What if I'm watching the game now? I'll be like, what? How comes these two? They must probably be the worst in. I mean, the batting. They I will think that, oh, how comes the number 11 can bat like this, and the top other batters couldn't even like get over 10 overs? How comes? And what do you think? What leads into this? And it happened. It's not only here, but even at the international level, at the big leagues, we've seen this. What happened? Is it the game? Is it the mindset? What makes this to happen?
I mean, it doesn't make sense more in most cases because at times you even see a bigger partnership that builds, and it is a batter who came in number 10 and number 11. I'm sure you've heard of a number 10, batter number 10, number 9 scoring centuries or half centuries. I mean, putting up that partnership. And like they say that bowlers will get you close, that they will not win you games, of which I disagree. Because Emile, even you as Emile, you've won so many games for the team. Um, and by then you were called a bowler, just a bowler, unlike now. So these batters who goes in last, they're always fearless, I might say, very fearless. The thought of not getting out is is pure. It is just pure. You cannot just get me out. And look at this. They are aggressive. If you look at the shots they are trying to play, even though they are not connecting, but they are very aggressive. So they are watching the ball closely. Anything on the stumps, they are very good at stopping it, blocking, making sure that I'm not getting out. And again, it might be the message from the dugout that play all the overs. So when you're playing all the overs, playing up until the 20th over, of course, you've got to be very defensive. So you attack anything away from the stumps, but anything on the stumps, you make sure that you survive. So you could see that they are surviving. They are not playing risky shots. Even though they are trying to swing hard, it's going down the ground. So after 16 overs, the score is 21 for 9. And for sure, this game should have ended way earlier. But the intent is clear. They are not going anywhere anytime soon. The next 4 overs, what can they do? Because 94 needed from 24 balls, mathematically it is possible, but depending on the batters we have inside, it's very hard. And Ornella, having faced 21 deliveries, scored only 5 runs on her name. How far can she go? There should be a single because, oh, good lord. The keeper gave it a dive, the batter gave it a dive and collided just like that. Hope all is well. They were all trying to survive and run out, and trying to stop that, to stop an overthrow. And Tanya, the keeper, looks to be okay.
Correction. These two have played now 4 overs together because the last wicket fell on the 12.4 over, and they have contributed 5 runs together but they are not giving away their wicket that easy. Over the cover in, and they get another single. They have now contributed 6 runs after the last wicket, and if you can even tell if the last wicket fell on the 12th point. Last wicket fell on 12.4 overs, and now they are almost completing the 17th over. This really means a lot on saying if they were a run out chance there, could have thrown that one quickly and more faster. And I if I say that they should be a batter in the middle there, the score will be much different. And it is the end of 17th over. The score is at 23 for 9. 3 overs to complete the second innings of the run chase here. And there is a bowling change from the pavilion end. Georgette Ingabire starting off with a dot ball. And you said that these two batters, I mean, these tailenders, are not even blocking. If you ball it away outside of, they are swinging, but the balls, look at that. They are keeping it on the ground. But even though they are not getting runs, they are not getting off strike and rotating, but they are not defensive. Their bodies are aggressive. So it's a good thing to start from. It's a very good start as coaches, and that one went down the leg, and it is a wide. Yeah, I was talking about if there was some batters in the middle there, and let's say the wickets were 4 wickets down, maybe, and there were batter number 5, number 6 in the middle there, I think the score would have been different. Swing and miss from Ujeneza Kevin after facing 16 deliveries. She is at 1 run. And Umuhira Honorin after 25 deliveries, she is at 6 runs. Slower delivery this time round, and it is another wide. Ingabire Georgette trying anything she could to get the last wicket out. I know it is very hard for them after taking 8 wickets inside the 10 overs, and now 2 wickets are just getting them deep down to the end of the innings. Ayoka this time round, and it is a bye. Is it getting to the boundary? And yes, I think this is the first boundary. You can hear in the dugout they're shouting. It is not even from the bat, but it's the look at that, Ayoka. And I think the keeper was that close, couldn't stop that one. First boundary, 29 for 9 after 17.4. Can they get to 40? Who played? Ujeneza Kevin just looking at the ball and applying her shots. Look at her, the way she is standing. She is standing still. The stance. Look at that. Up in the air. And this time round, she didn't play it down on the ground, and she is out. Mohanga Zebras claiming their first win by bowling them out, winning by 85 runs, bowling them out in 17.5 overs. And Ingabire Georgette will be the bowler to get the last wicket out. And after a very good partnership, it's a balls partnership of Ujeneza Kevin and Umuhire Honorine, getting the team onto almost the 18th over. The game is now down, and Mohanga Zebras winning their first in this RCA Women's T20 Premier League, sponsored by Dafabet, Fireflies, and a Sportsbox. And Mohanga Zebra won by 84 runs. And you can see there on your screens, nobody at least scored double digits. 1, 1, 2, 2, 6, 1, 4, 1. The highest scorer is Umuire Honorine, not out, 6 of 25. 11 extras. This means they have only scored 18 runs from their bat. And with the bowling of Umuhanga Zebra, you can see they've used how many bowlers there? 9 bowlers. So it's the keeper and only one bowler, only one player who have not bowled. And the most expensive bowler was on the at the economy of 2.50. The most wicket taker was Chuzo Benita 2, Iradukonda Joyez 2, Uwimana Diane 2, and the rest are on 1 and 0s. Very well bowled from Muhanga Zebra and claiming their first win in RCA Women T20. And you can see Addis Ikozwe scoring 66 and taking 1 wicket. What a game we've witnessed here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. If you was with us throughout this game, thank you so much. And there is another game coming in as we will be going for the post-match presentation again. And Alice Ikuzwe there on your screen scored 66 of 52. And Inez Amoro Clarice claimed 5 wickets in 2 overs, conceding only 6 runs at an economy of 3. And Wasen Yonguru Tanya scoring 13, Zaiturichi Nadine 7, Women's Keira 2 wickets for 21 in 3.5, Agaozo Keza on net 2 wickets, 20 runs in 4 overs. And on Muhanga Zebra bowling, Chuzo Benita 2 for 4 in 2, and Iradukonda Joyez 2 for 6 in 3, and Uwimana Diane 2 for 1 in 2 overs. We'll be back shortly onto the post-match presentation. Stay tuned. Good afternoon and welcome to Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. It is the second day of Rwanda Women's T20 Premier League, sponsored by Dafabet, Fireflies and Sportsbox. It is the second game of the day, the game between Indatko Hampshire and Muhanga Zebras. Here with me, I'm with two captains and the third umpire, who will take on the toss. Head is the call, and tail it is. Congratulations on winning the toss. What are you going to do?
We are going to bat first.
And why?
We want to take advantage of these fresh wickets and breed pressure for them.
Any certain total you're looking forward to?
110 plus.
All the best. Lost the toss. If you have won the toss, what was you going to do?
Batting first.
You would have batted first. Earlier in the morning, you managed to score 113. Are you, and they said they are looking for 120. Are you able and willing to chase that total, or what do you think?
Yeah, I did to chase that.
All the best. You've had it all in that Hampshire, winning the toss and opting to have a bat first. Hello and welcome in again. And good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from. In Kigali, outside Kigali, abroad, wherever you're watching in all the corners of the world. It is Rwanda Women's T20 Premier League, which is sponsored by Dafabet, Fireflies and Sportsbox. It is the second game of the day, second day of the tournament. In that Hampshire Cricket Club taking on Muhanga Zebra. In that winning the toss early on and opting to have a bat first. We tried to ask the captain Ishimwe Henriette, and she said they will be looking forward to have the maximum advantage of the track as they saw it in the morning. They were here and they said it is a very good track to bat on. They will be looking forward to score above 120. Hopefully they'll get there. And Muhanga Zebra captain said they would have batted first two as they did in the morning, and if they was lucky enough, they would have tried to add on what they did in the morning. So they would have also tried to look for 120 plus. And in the middle there are two umpires, Nganji Gisaji Abdallah and Itangi Shaka Olivier. They will be the standing umpires in the middle there for the day. And it is a good game, I'm telling you, as I welcome Adele in again. It will be a very exciting game, sir. How do you feel and what do you think? And welcome back.
Thank you, sir. It's going to be an exciting encounter this afternoon. The two teams, yes, all of them have registered wins in the tournament so far. Muhanga Zebras, very, very in things, just won their first game in the morning. In that Hampshire as well, having played two, won one, and the other one was abandoned. But the morale is up, definitely. They've played their hearts out since Indatwa has been introduced into Division 1. And today will be another day to go for it. Muhanga Zebras, both teams have a lot at stake. Gahanga Queens just won their game in the morning as well. So those three teams, they are head to head. They are doing well in the tournament so far. In that Hampshire winning the toss and batting first. Let's see how this encounter turns out to be. And to open the bowling for Muhanga Zebras, Chizuzo Benita from the pavilion end. And Ishimwe Giselle to face the first delivery alongside Lilian Ufitinema, the two opening batters. First ball up. And first ball was a success, a dot ball to start things off. Chizuzo Benita starting off very, very well in the morning, picking up a wicket in her very first over. If she does the same, it's going to be an interesting encounter. And from the look of things, Giselle, and this game is, the game itself doesn't favor anyone. So you keep doing that, you end up nicking that one, and you find yourself walking back into the dugout. Wide ball it will be. Runs on board for Indatwa Hampshire. But from extras.
the captain having long on and long off in place, but Giselle, who is very confident and likes to play square of the pitch, plays it in the cover, quick enough to beat the fielder there, and she is off the mark. Ishimwe Giselle, the top run scorer in the tournament, averaging 36.50, the score of 73 in 2 innings. And now she's off the mark. In my opinion, I think having 2 fielders, I think Giselle can play over the top, yes, but she likes it playing a square of the wicket. Playing square, like if it would take much discipline from a bowler, be bowling straight and somehow fuller. But if you miss your length, I'm very sure that you get punished for your ball, as Giselle, one of the best players who likes to pull and cut. And yes, they will get another single. And Lillian is off the mark. Both batters on 1 run. Very good over so far. Giselle Ishimwe, who has been standing out for the side, scoring 40s and 30s, cutting that one powerfully, racing away to the boundary. There is a chase, and yes, they will stop that one, cut those 2, and they will settle for 2. I've said it, if you miss your length or you miss your line, especially your length, Giselle is one of them who can cut you and pull you that easy. That's what she likes. She has got that shot of going down on one knee and sweeping or pulling that ball. You never even think that it was short. Straight to a long off for another 1 run. And it is the end of first over. 5 runs from this one. Very good over from both sides. No loss. And a very good over on the bowling side as well. And earlier on the toss, Henriette Ishimwe said they will try to attack this bowling attack and they will get 120 plus. And from the point of view, how do you see this pitch? How do you see this track behaving? Earlier in the morning, I expected them to use more spin, but it turned out to be a little bit of a batting track. And what do you think? Was it the bad bowling? Was it the bad options? Or it's really a batting track? What do you think of this pitch? And is it a good option from any team which chose to bat first?
Yeah, I think the ball will be coming onto the bat, and recently it hasn't been raining like last week. Last week it had been raining actually a day before the games. It rained big time, and you could see that it's very hard. It looked hard on top, but in the bottom you could feel that it's a bit wet. And this time round, with the weather that has been there this whole week, I mean, it gives a chance to the batters to have a go. And the batters with the likes of Giselle, Ishimwe, Alice, you saw how Alice was this morning. You could see that the ball is coming onto the bat, and yeah, she was enjoying for sure. And the spin, yeah, there are bowlers who turn the ball very well in this particular game. Grace, there is Grace. the left arm spinners in Mohanga Zebras, again, the ball wasn't turning that much. So that gives you a hint on how to go about it. So you see the ball comes onto the bat. So the batters will have to try and trust their shots and trust themselves to try their shots. Because at the end of the day, on a good day, there is a 150 here. But again, talking about 150, cut powerfully and nicely through the gap on all the way to the boundary. Boundary it is, and boundary number one for Giselle and for Indatu Hampshire.
Wrong field set, in my opinion. Look at that, short and wide, cut away powerfully, very down from Giselle. But to me, I think if you can't take deep square down in the deep, you must have somebody square, either offside or onside. Because on Giselle, it's not even about bowling full, because she is one of the players who can sweep at this pace. And talking about that, she had me very well, and she will maximize that opportunity of having nobody outside, scoring the second boundary, 2 boundaries in a row. Look at that. Now this time round it was full, but again on the offside. Getting very close to the ball and playing it over the fielder. And yes, the captain had me very well, having deep extra covers in long on in the deep, having close mid wicket and a close cover for that single they'll be looking forward to stop. It wasn't a chance of a catch. I know everybody was thinking how could that bowler hit that one easily, but it bounced. Now, how does Giselle go about this field set? Is she gonna try to do something that she can score from behind? Very well played in the covers, drop and go. And yeah, my question will be now back onto the last games they've played. The game they played here in the morning against in that Maidens, she scored 42, and she was the only one to score above 20. What does that mean to the team that is batting first? And we've seen it earlier, Mr. Adelin. We've seen it earlier. Ali scored 66, and the second most run scorer scored 13. Does that mean that somebody who is in and who is set has to take full responsibility of scoring the runs? Or is it the problem in the middle that you think in the power play, Giselle was doing it, and if I'm coming in the middle, I'll continue where she stopped? So what do you think about that? Is it the problem of talking about the shot of Giselle? You can see that she has got that potential of creating a full ball into a short ball, going down onto one knee and trying to sweep that one in the deep, knowing that there is nobody there, having deep square again, deep square and long on in place. Straight as an arrow, one bounce for 4. Another boundary on Giselle's name and the team. Very well played. You can see there in the middle, composed, knowing what they're doing, trying to maximize all the opportunities. Full toss, going under it, playing over the bowler's head. And it is another boundary. Dropping that one in the mid-wicket region. And it is another single there. Good running in between the wickets. Change in field set, having third man in the deep square. Straight a fine leg. You can see Alice Ikuzwe helping the captain in the field set. Moving that a fine leg fielder, going a little bit square, going down the leg, and it is the first wide in this over. Mr. Adele, I was about to ask this question. Last game they played there against in that Maidens, Giselle was the only one to score above 20, and she scored 42. But the second run scorer scored big appeal. But umpire Nganji Gisaje is signaling that the ball touched her pads. And my question is it the problem of the batters not giving themselves a chance of spending a little more time on the pitch and seeing how things are going, and from there they can move on and start to score and smash everything? Or is it the problem of not not getting out of their feet and playing their role in the middle there? I'm concerning more about the middle order batters in the middle overs from 6 to 15, because last game Jesus scored 42 and the second most run scorer scored 13, and the team ended up scoring 111. Same thing to the morning game. Ali scored 66. They ended up scoring 113, and the second most run scorer, I think she scored was it 16 or 13 as well? So what do you think about that?
For a team like Indatwa, having Giselle and Ishimwe in the team, mostly all their runs come from those two players. And when it comes to Lillian here, you might even see Giselle is on 18, Lillian is on 2, and the score is 21. So that shows you how important Giselle's wicket is. And when Lillian is off, Ishime comes in. Those two, whoever breaks that partnership, even if they would be 80 in 6 overs, it will take them a lot of effort to get to 130 in the next 14 overs. So that gives you a hint on where to concentrate even more. Now Lillian is trying these days to also cash in terms of runs, but when it gets to the mid overs, in the middle order batters, they all go slow. They're a bit slow. That doesn't allow them to sneak in boundaries, because here with Giselle, she will make you run even more, but again getting boundaries. So when it gets in the mid order, they don't run often. They chew lots of balls. They concede lots of dot balls up in the air and through the hands, and that's a chance that went begging. Those are the chances that you do not want to miss. And Giselle survives. So even when Giselle is dismissed, you could see uh, how unhappy she is, because she knows what her wicket means, for in Hampshire. So it comes along now with having people, the right personnel in the middle order to execute. So when you are a team like Gahanga Queens has a long batting lineup, so that gives them a chance to put up some runs on board, or if they are chasing, there is always an opportunity for the next person to take the game away from you. Unlike in that Hampshire. And that pierces through the gap, cut away powerfully, but doesn't have enough legs to get to the boundary. Gets a single, a double from that. And yeah, and I don't know if I've answered that or give you an idea of what I think, but that's what I think for in that Hampshire.
Definitely true. I totally agree with you. And you touched on the heads of talking about Lillian, who has been also trying to cash in to getting some runs. And I think her strike rate have really improved a lot. She is now trying, I've said it last time, she is now even looking more like Giselle. Even the way she walks, she is becoming the young Giselle, which is a very good thing. Uniqueness always is important, but again, if you could learn something good from somebody, why not? You should learn from them, and it is a very good thing. You can see the way they run in between the wicket. They know each other. They know what they are doing, and it is becoming very adventurous to the team in general. For in that Hampshire, trying to pull that one, missing it, but again getting that single. It is a leg by, signaled by the umpire Olivier Tangishaka there on your screens. I thought she had some moods on that one. He's talking about the lineup. That Hampshire is one of the teams that really know how to use their few quality batters, their few quality players that you already know. If Giselle didn't score, Alice, I mean, Ishimwe did, or Lillian did. Well, she has been also playing well. Last game they played in the morning, she scored 18 of 20, which is not bad. And in the afternoon, she also tried. She scored. So it is a good thing on the side. And in general, the thing we could even in wherever you're watching from, whoever you are, if you play cricket or you are a coach or something related to cricket, it is a good thing knowing your responsibility, knowing your job. What are you there to do as a batter? It's scoring runs for the team. If you are there in, please try to make the opposition feel your impact. If you inside there, can the opposition be afraid that if you spend one more over, there will be so much distraction on the board? Not the player that they think like we have to keep this one in, that we will be in a better place. If we get him or her out, I know then they will send somebody better. But are you the person who are in there and you're trying to make the opposition feel your impact, feel your presence? And it is the end of the fourth over, 29 for none. Current run rate is 7.25. As the captain will have the bowling change from the pavilion end, bringing on Alice Ikuzwe.
Alice Kuzgwe is starting off with conceding a single. Alice being trusted to come in and see if they can get a breakthrough. A breakthrough earlier on will give them a beautiful and a massive opportunity to take the game on. If they can score 113, and definitely that's the highest so far. Oh, good Lord. Through the legs, in the covers. And if you look at that shot, really, like we talked about it in the morning in that Maidens, playing very good shots, but the power behind the shots not good enough to give the shot power and enough legs to travel to the boundary. So Lillian is one of them. She will play very good shots. That simply means needs to work even more on those arms. Goes down on one knee. Those will be leg buys. Alice, who has not been quite effective with the ball in hand, all the way from the ICC Challenge Women's Challenge Trophy that was recently hosted in Kigali. Driven down the ground, finds the captain in the dip, who does the fielding. Alice wasn't that effective. That at some games she wasn't trusted to be given a ball. So now trying to make her way back into the bowling department. In the morning, I think she took 1 wicket. And here, yes, the economy is good, having conceded 3 runs so far in the over. But can she be that effective to allow herself to keep bowling, to bowl a full spell of 4 overs? And at the end of 5 overs, score reads 32 for no. With the projected score reading 128, very, very possible when Giselle is still in, Ishimwe is in, everything is very, very possible. And the best way for Ishimwe to come in is when the 2 openers, Lillian and Giselle, have played at least 10 overs. If they keep on going like this, then Ishimwe comes in later on. It doesn't give Ishimwe a lot of responsibilities to carry the team forward, because Giselle and Lillian have had set the foundation earlier on. So Ishimwe normally comes in when the team needs runs on board. She comes in, she try and accelerates. And Giselle, the Giselle we know she is always eager and willing to get off strike. But now that comes in with the thinking, because she thinks a lot about what she needs to offer to the team. At the moment now, the score will be in the 40s, up there, cruising into the 50s, because of her aggressiveness. But because she knows she has to minimize the risks. She has to keep her wicket to still give the team some hopes driven down the ground, goes on the other side for a single.
Very good partnership between those two, Ufitinema Lilian and Giza Ishimwe, who is on 22 of 20 deliveries, and Lilian, who is at 6 of 12, finding the gap in between backward point and the point. And yes, they'll get 2. They got a double on that one. And if you've noticed, those two are very good runners in between the wicket. They have got that good communication of making a single. They know where there is a single or not, where they have to look for a double, and you can even see the energy they use when they're running in between.
A healthy outside edge finds the fielder in the dip. Talking about running in between, I mean, I'm very happy to see Lilian running like that, running twos at ease. I mean, it shows a bit of improvement in terms of running in between, because Giselle will be that player who the first run, yes, it will be very fast, but the second one, Lilian will be halfway, close to giving a chance of a run out. But here you could see she's running at ease. The twos, even the calling, the communication between the two looks very effective. Straight to the field at point, and gets nothing. And over number 6, that's the end of the power play. 38 for no after 6.
Going down on one knee and sweeping that one powerfully, finding nobody deep. And it is another boundary on the name of Giselle Ishimwe and the team.
Shimwe Giselle, whenever I see her kneeling down, I at some point get frustrated when it is the national team, because she hasn't been successful with that particular shot. She had been um, getting out cheaply like that in so many occasions. So seeing her going down on one knee, playing that shot, that shows the confidence level that she possesses. And you know, she goes down, she doesn't go down as in you're going for a sweep shot. She just goes down where she is there. She doesn't step into the line of the ball, goes for a sweep shot. But at times, you know, there are shots that you can't be taught. I don't know if someone has ever taught you to play a helicopter shot, that shot of yours. Very good shot, though.
Thank you.
So no one has ever taught you that. The scoop, deal scoop shot. I mean, a reverse sweep. You can go on and do something in the nets, but it's not often that you will see someone helping you with those kind of shots. The reverse switch, shows like those. So it's everyone has his own way or her own way of playing shots, and very successful.
2 dots in a row from Alice Kuzge. Very good over so far from both sides. 6 runs from it. And Giselle has got this thing of hitting a boundary and get off strike the next ball. And another single taken. 7 runs from this one, which is very good in the middle overs. I think captain will be thinking about bringing her spinners on and try see what goes on, because so far no spinner has bowled an over. And so far so good. 45 after 7 for Nan for in that Hampshire, having Ishimwe Giselle on 29 of 26 and Lilian on 10 of 16, which is very good. You can see, even though Uftinema Lilian is going under 100 strike rate, but again, it is a very she has been acting as a very good partner to Giselle, because you can see the big part is being played by Giselle, but again, she cannot do that alone. Those twos, those singles they're taking in the middle there, she is a very good partner, and she does it often. And yes, the captain had me very well, and they have to bring the spinners on from the airport. From the airport end, Iradukunda Joy will be bowling, having deep square, cow corner, long on and long off in the place. Backward point, extra covers very close to her. And there is some gap there in between covers and extra cover, but you can see they're adjusting, telling her to move a little bit to her left, and having mid-wicket fielder and the fine leg.
Let's hope she's not bowling anything full and wide. So anything full and wide, she will not be now bowling according to the field set. Anything that will make Giselle go on the back foot, you will be in business. Still bowling a bit wider, and you don't have anyone in front there. Very easy to pierce through the gap. Uses the feet and gets away with it with just a single. Trying to bring in deep mid wicket fielder for Lillian. Again, Lillian, anything short and wide, Lillian cuts very well, pulls very well.
Down the leg for a wide ball. The captain decided to bring in long off onto the 30-yard ring. The ball bites the grass and holds on a little bit, beating Lillian, who were looking forward to cut that one. You can see Alice in the middle there marking for the cover fielder, telling her, please stand here. You're moving into the wrong places. You can see the turn on that pitch, but very good use of hands and the wrist, getting off strike. Again, the field is spread out for Giselle having a long off out now. You can see and hear Alice Ikuzwe helping the captain in the field set. Up and over, but there is a protection there. Lilian was looking for two, but Giselle said no, we will settle for one, avoiding those unplanned runouts. And Giselle will be moving into 30s. And after over 8, it is 50 for none, and the projected score is 125, which is very good for Indatko Hampshire. If they keep on going like this, as you said earlier, you talked about the good place, the good time for Ishimwe to come in and play when there is no pressure, when she will be expressing herself and playing all the shots she wants, knowing that the overs are gone and there is somebody to play with. And there is a bowling change again on the other side. Pavilion and Uwimana Diane who come from this side. The left arm spinner. Having deep extra covers, long off, long on, and deep square. Starting off with the dot ball. Uwimana Diane very, very effective on the Mohanga Zebra side. A very close point. I don't know what they are planning. Double stepping down the pitch. But there is a protection playing that over the cover fielder. And there is a single there from that one.
Lovely shot that was. Sloppy at point. Very, very sloppy. You can't just get away with giving away those singles, that easy singles. And that brings Giselle back on strike. And if I was Muhanga Zebra's players, I wouldn't want Giselle to come on strike. But the fielders allowing those easy singles to keep coming. And for Giselle, she will be happy because this is what the team needs from him at this particular stage of the game, in the mid overs, where you've got to you just minimize risks and at least play at the sweepers. You hit the sweepers. Cuts that one, but finds nothing. With one more delivery to come to complete over number 9. of the first innings of this afternoon's game. Again, a ground B. Again, another game. Second game of the day. Surgote Women's taking on Charity Women's Cricket Club. Pulled and pulled with muscles, and the ball travels quickly into the boundary. 4 runs it is for Ufitinema Lillian. That was a shot of authority. Looks on the back foot and pulls it powerfully. And 9 overs down, 57 for no. You could see in Nottingham Hampshire in the dugout, they've moved, they've found their spot. They always like that spot big time. Iradukunda Joaez is brought back into the attack. The partnership yet to be broken. Giselle on 33 of 32. Lillian 16 of 22 deliveries. Going on very well so far, because exactly what I spoke about, that Ishimwe will love to come in when the two, at least they've played at least 10 overs. But now with the look of things, they might even add. And Shimwe Giselle coming down the ground, but ended up driving that down the ground, finds the cover fielder. And for sure, that shows you how cautious Giselle is, coming down the ground and finding. I mean, you've already got the ball. You have all it takes to hit that cricket ball, but you decide to just guide it to the fielder. That shows you how cautious she is. She doesn't want to take risks at the moment. And finds a single, gets on the other side. Lillian comes. Ladukunda Joaez having conceded only 6. Should be wides. And Mohanga Zebra, a very, very decent team, Emile, because now with the inclusion of Ali Sikuzwe, I think that they've lost a player, Rosette. So Rosette Shimwamana, who was playing for Mohanga Zebras, now playing for Charity Women's Cricket Club. Again, she was very, very handy with the bat and the ball as well. And I would want now to see how Mohanga Zebras go on without Alice, or when Alice hasn't scored some runs. And I would love a mix up here. Yeah, would love to see how Georgette, Tanya, and the captain herself, how they get themselves out of that situation, not having Alice scoring runs. Because if you look at things, when Alice was on 60, the score was 95. And you could imagine if the chances given earlier on were taken, where would they be by then?
Yes, very well said. It takes those players, those who we can call senior players, to take responsibilities again and not being one-sided. But it happens. It is the game of cricket. When you are in there, you are set. You just have tasted everything. Now you know how the pitch is behaving. You played almost every bowler. You know what to do. That's when you take the game away from the opposition hands. And for them, it will be even a different story having this one of the best bowling attacks here in the league of in that Hampshire, and they are also the best fielding team, if I could say, in my opinion. So it won't be like in the morning. If you give a chance, it cannot be more than two on a good day. So yeah, it will take those players you mentioned up there to take responsibility and see what they can contribute for the side. Same thing to this team of in that Hampshire. If these two, let's say, if they break this partnership at this over, can they still get to 130, 140 for the rest of the batters? If these two gets out now, can the rest of the batters get to 130, 140? And it's not even complicated. Trying to dance down the pitch, not getting anywhere close to that ball and playing over her head. And the keeper won't hesitate to take her out. Very sorry to them. It wasn't my curse, but the partnership is broken after 10.1 overs. First wicket is gone for Indat Hampshire. Fitinema Lilian contributing 17 of 24 deliveries. Very well played with Giselle Ishimwe. Look at that. Trying to double step down the pitch, going across the line. The ball was turning away from her. Trying to sweep that one and couldn't get a touch on that. And it is 62 for 1 after 10.2 overs. And the incoming batter at number 3 is the senior Sarah Uwera. Shot number 9.
Sarah Uwera joins Giselle Shimwe. And Sarah Uwera, left arm spinner. Driven astray to mid wicket fielder for a dot ball. In the next 9.3 overs, how far can they go? It looks good. The shot looks good, but the power behind it and the placement not quite enough to allow her to get off the mark. Again, straight to the fielder. Sarah Uwela, not that kind of a batter who will get gaps that easily. And Sarah proves me wrong this time around, finds the gap and finds a boundary. Sarah Uwela starting off with a boundary. What a way to get off the mark. A loose ball, tossed up, and she had seen that gap really. After 11 overs, 66 for 1. $28 dots so far, 29 ones, 3 twos at the moment. And I think so far so good. The dots had not been that many. Something to keep doing. Keep rotating the strike wherever and whenever a boundary comes. Of course, down the ground and timing sprint this time around, and the ball goes all the way for a maximum.
That is huge, huge maximum in any ground. Look at that, dancing down the pitch. Lucky enough, she bowled a full toss and pulling that one with all the power, putting all the weight of herself on that one and sending it off the field. It is the first maximum of the game and the third of the day with those two of Alice in the morning. Giving herself the room, finding that cup, looking for two, and they will settle for a single. And when you have a batter like Ishimwe Jiza in the middle there, knowing that she's very set and one of the batters who rarely gives her wicket that easy, you are very sure that if she stays in for 5 more overs, the things will change. It will be a different story. Taking a step just in front of her to access the ball at the bounce, trying to find that gap between covers and extra covers, but couldn't get a single on that one. But Uwera Sara looks very positive this time round, trying to pull that one slow and short delivery. Unlucky Isar to get balled out on that one. It is the fall of the second wicket for Indatko Hampshire.
Straighter delivery. The ball didn't even turn an inch. It looked a bit straighter. But again, might have pitched a bit of a back of a length, a bit shorter. And Sarah was trying to give herself room to pull that one for a boundary. But perishes. 73 for 2. And Ishimwe Henriette, the captain, comes in. Ishimwe joins Ishimwe. And I think Ishimwe now looks very, very composed, coming in at this stage of the game when you have got the foundation that you needed at the start. Then from there you are good to go. But how many balls will it take her to start scoring? And Giselle, very rare to get Giselle out of a run out, because by all means if she makes the call, that simply means she had arrived way back. And after 12 overs, 74 for 2, as Ishimwe gets off the mark, and she will keep the strike.
Back then in 2022, these two have scored centuries in the regional qualifiers, under 19 girls World Cup qualifiers back in Botswana, both scoring centuries. And today, Giselle is at 43 of 39 and has been scoring these 40s, not crossing the line into 50s. And can we witness a half century today, this afternoon? And even possible for for Henriette, have got 8 overs. If she can get that 30, 40, even 50 is possible. Who knows? Then the team will be around 140, 150, very possible. Straight into the hands of the fielder here at mid-off. There is an interesting field set. The bowler is bowling. She is a left-arm spinner, bowling the ball, turning away from the batter. Finds the gap just between short third and the point, and gets the single there. And I think it was only for Ishimwe. I don't know if they thought she couldn't play over long on. Over long off. Change in field set, having deep square, deep extra cover, long on and long off for Giselle. And it is different on Ishimwe. I think it's because she was new, which is very good. Double stepping and a fumble there for a boundary. Misfield that one. Georgette allowing Giselle Ishimwe to get into 47. So easy. Look at that. Double stepping down the pitch. It was an easy single for Giselle, who has even settled. And Georgette said, no, I'll give you an extra 3 runs. Double stepping again. Just straight over the bowler's head. But they had to run one. And Ishimwe Henriette is on strike, just in having 2 runs of 5 deliveries, which is okay for her. She will be very okay knowing that she can disturb you back in the end of the innings. One of the best strikers of the ball in this country. Cutting that one, not getting enough connection on it, and it is another dot ball. As it ends the 13th over, the score is at 80 for 2, and they are going on 6.15. On your screens there, you can see Damascene, Chris, Theonest, the physio, and Belize watching the game. As we said earlier, you can watch 2 games at once at ground A and ground B, seated just in the middle. And the captain will have a bowling change, bringing on the quick bowlers she has decided to bring on Alice Ikuzge to see if she can break this partnership, and mostly taking on Giselle before things get worse. And there is an interesting field set, not having deep square, but cow corner mid, long on, long off, and deep extra covers, short third, backward point, covers at mid wicket, which I think you can even bring on cow corner or bring her backward, that she will be a bit of square, in my opinion, because Giselle looks forward to be scoring from this zone very much. She has got that creative shot of going down on one knee, cutting that one powerfully and finds the gap. And yes, she breaks the curse of 40s. Moving into 50s, you can see the happy face of her. Very well played, well deserved. What a shot, what a player, what an innings. Very well played from Giselle Ishimwe. 52 of 43 balls, 6 boundaries, 1 6, 1 maximum. The strike rate of 120. Look at that. Not a bad ball at all, but a very good shot from Ishimwe Giselle. Oh, fumbles that one. It was supposed to be a dot ball, but poor communication between the bowler and the mid-wicket fielder, allowing Giselle to get off the mark again, off the strike, after playing that ball for boundary and bringing Ishimwe on strike. Straight in the covers. It is a dot ball. Ishimwe Henriette, who would be, how do you feel about the stage of the game for the player who is used to be playing with a strike rate over 100, and after facing 7 deliveries, not allowing me to talk even more? I was about to talk about the boundaries, but she said, no, please shut up. I've heard you even before you say anything. And scoring that boundary just in the gap. Look at that. Playing in no man's land. Getting a single after boundary, which is a very good thing I've witnessed in this game. From both of them, Giselle, after hitting a boundary, she's most probably gonna get a single after that one. And it is the end of 14 over. But after 14th over, the score is at 90 for 2. Very good thing for Indatko Hampshire having Giselle and Ishimwe Henriette in the middle there. 90, having 6 overs to complete the innings, of which they can even score 60 from it. They are kind of players who can go on 10 and over in these last 6 overs. But if one of them gets out, can they still get to 130, 140? Let's see. But I can tell if these two stays in for the rest of the overs, I'm telling you the story will be changed. We will be saying the different story of 150, hopefully. Having a step forward, trying to access that ball at the bounce and playing it back to the bowler, and it is the first dot ball from Georgette Ingabire, who is coming from the pavilion end. Up in the air, just passing through the hands of the mid wicket fielder. We talked about dropping catches, especially dropping the best batters, best players of the other side of the opposition. And we've seen it in the morning. If you drop somebody who knows what to do, she will make you pay. She will make you regret. Especially these two, you can never drop Ishimwe, you can never drop Giselle. Playing it in the covers, a bit of hesitation from Henriette, but again, they managed to get a single on that one. The cover fielder who have been picked since the game started struggled to collect the ball at once, and the bowler is trying to change the field on Henriette, moving the fielder from deep square to cow corner. Getting up a little bit earlier, tried to play it over a mid-wicket region, but got up very early. So far, so good for Georgette. 0-1-1-1, 3 singles and 1 dot. Very good over so far for. Oh my lord! Pulling that one powerfully, and it is another maximum.
Ishimwe Giselle not stopping anytime soon. Look at that. Gave it a lot of elevation. And goes down on one knee. And hits that one powerfully. Just over the rope for a boundary. Actually, for a maximum. Upish. Ball lands short in front of Dorian. But they will settle for a double. An easy double. And Ishimwe Giselle cruising. If she. And yes, 3 figures on board. 101 for 2 after 15 overs. Ishimwe Giselle, it won't be the first time she scores a century. Can she go for it today? And yeah, let's find out, because it is very, very possible with the quality that she possesses. She can really, really go in and get it today. 62 of 47. A very healthy strike rate. Ishimwe as well, 9 of 12. The strike rate not convincing, but she just got in. And now she is on strike. Not sure what she is about to do. Nzaitrichi Nadine, the captain, comes into the attack after conceding 15 in her 2 overs. Now bowling her third. Lovely delivery. Ball coming onto the bat. That might give you an idea of what Belize can do here with that pace. Much fuller, driven powerfully. Giselle will make sure she comes back, and for sure she does, because she arrived 2 days ago. Very quick in the middle. Zaitudi Chinadin offering a full. Not so many times you will see Ishimwe going down on one knee, trying to go for that sweep, or even trying to tap on the leg side. But this time round, runs on board, as many as they can, will be very, very handy. But that will be a wide. We'll have to re-bowl that. Giselle on strike. Sloppy by the bowler who doesn't field from her own bowling. Misses that one. Gives away a single. That brings Shimge Henriette on strike. When is she joining the party? The boundaries. She's known for that. Another extra comes in. You can't say no to those, but you've got to work even harder to get more runs from the bat. Shimga hits that one powerfully down the ground, finds Alice in the dip. Giselle will come back, but the chances of a run out to Giselle Shimwe's end. The chances are very less. They pick up another double. Very, very handy. When boundaries are not coming, what do? You trust yourself with the running, with the placement, the singles. You just place and run. And Shimge goes aerial up in the air. They should be coming back for a double. Good throw in the end. Oh, was almost so close, but the collection from the keeper wasn't quite enough to run Ishimwe out. Three doubles with one more delivery to come. 10 runs from 5 deliveries. And Ishimwe goes high, but drops short in front of Alice. Gets a single, and Ishimwe will keep the strike. 16 overs done, 112 for 2. Georgette Ngabire being trusted to bowl over number 2 of her spell through the hands, and that was hit powerfully. And Georgette couldn't hold on to that one. It was hit powerfully, but again, if it's in your hands, you don't have to let go. because there is no way you can't call that a chance. Goes up in the air, but misjudged that one. It is a boundary. 4 runs to will be. Boundary. Look at that. Gives herself room to hit that powerfully. Wonder if that was a boundary or a maximum. But a boundary it was. And Giselle cruising into the 70s now. That was a big hit. But the fielder in the dip was into the 45. And that was a chance for sure. And fielding requires only alertness. You've got to be alert. You've got to want everything to come your way. Georgette, pace off, and Ishimwe drives that one down the ground, finds Alice in the dip for a single. Hit powerfully in the dip. Dip extra cover for another single. These two batters looking very solid, very composed. Everything is done at ease, no pressure at all. Whatever they want to be done, it is done. Singles were taken. Up in the air, this should be a chance. Oh, beautiful take. What a grab in the dip. Running sideways, it is the captain. Shot number 3. Shimge trying to sneak in a boundary, but perishes. And another one bites the dust for in that Hampshire, and that will be the captain herself, Shimge Henriette. 18 of 20 deliveries. Not a healthy strike rate. The strike rate of Ishimge Henriette, but very handy in terms of partnership with Ishimge Giselle. 120 for 3 after 16 overs.
A single taken by Giselle after 17 overs. The score is at 121 for 3. Can they still get 150? And the incoming batter is none other than the left-handed batter, Tumukunde Marie Joseph. And on left-handed batter, the captain decided to have Kaukon Alongo Nongof. Beg your pardon, having mid-off long on and cow corner. Tried to move her onto the mid wicket. A chance of a catch and a golden duck. Very good field set from the captain and doing the job by taking that one herself. Very well done. This is what I was saying earlier. If Giselle, Ishimwe, all any other one who has scored gets out earlier, can they still get some runs on the board? I mean, in the middle. But for now, if Giselle cannot do the job, it will probably be between 130 and 140, which it was looking to turn out to be 150 plus. But now it will require Giselle to do the rest of the job alone and keeping the strike as much as she could.
Chanceline joins Giselle, and Giselle arrives safely. She will make sure that she is on strike with 16 more balls to come. It's 15 more deliveries to come. How many runs can you get from that? Shimge Giselle misses that one with a decent over here with only two runs, but with two more deliveries to come. And Giselle deposits that one into the boundary and moves to 74 of 54 deliveries. But that was a loose ball. And that's what you do for balls like those. And that's when you now know that I need to extend my field setting. My field, look at that. Thought that was going to be a chance. Gets a single. And will keep the strike. Very, very mature cricket here. With only 12 balls to come, and they get to 140. And after 18 overs, 127 for 4.
Dances down the pitch. And she gets a single. Mutono Wase Chanceline on strike. And the big assignment for Chanceline is just to get off strike and let Giselle face the rest of the balls. And for her, there will be only one fielder outside the ring. Beg your pardon, it's two long on and cow corner. Shot on the offside, but Chancerine couldn't get a full touch on that one, and it is the first dot ball. Shot again, but this time round it is short and wide. It is a wide ball. In the stumps this time round, and Giselle will say runs is needed. It doesn't matter who hits it, and will allow Chancerine to get back on strike by taking that double. And Chanceline is on 3 of 3 balls. Should It should have been much easier for her facing the left arm spinner. Big appeal there for the stamping, but the umpire said she was really inside the crease.
And 130 comes up. 130 comes up for in that Hampshire. Still 8 more deliveries to come. How many can you get from the 8 deliveries? With 2 more to complete over number 19. Wimanadian to bowl her last. And Chancerine goes up, and that is taken comfortably, and that is Georgette Ingabire who takes that catch. And the score 131 for 5 in 18.5. 7 more deliveries to come. How many can Giselle face? And how many runs can she score? And Chance understood the assignment. She wanted to go on and get some boundaries. Didn't get any. And Sifa Ingabire, shot number 3. Can she get boundaries? Not easy for someone coming in just like that to get you boundaries. But I will suggest Sifa to keep the strike at that very end, for Giselle to be at the striking end, to see if they can get the score to 140. And very, very important, Giselle not interested at all in getting off the crease to attempt a run. And 19 overs done, 131 for 5. Last 6 overs, last 6 balls. How many can Giselle get from this? If I was Giselle Emile, I would run twos and deal in boundaries. It's only 6 balls to come, and Sifa just got in. I don't think it will be very fair to ask for boundaries from Sifa when you've got a batter who had faced the first delivery of the first over. And gets a single. But Giselle didn't want to get off strike. Can Sifa get off strike? And having only Kaukona outside the 30 yards. And Sifa looks very, very okay with dot balls. And now everybody in, everyone inside the circle. It is Sifa. Face the third delivery. Field change. Captain dropping a cow corner. Sifa looking to tap on that to see if they can sneak in just a single for Giselle to come in and see if they can get at least a boundary. And Sifa, can she get one? Giselle will come back, and she does come back really. Beautifully done by the fielding team. What a throw from the deep to the keeper. Giselle had arrived, the keeper one-handed through to the non-striking end, and the bowler does the business. Sifa is gone. You've got to be able to run. You've got to be able to run when you are batting with Giselle. But manages to get a double from that. But Sifa perishes. And Tuizere Cynthia comes in. Look at that. Wide. Touches on that. Very good throw from the deep. Nicely done by the keeper to Alice. And Alice does that. Up in the air and put down. Giselle will come back. Chance that put down. They get a double and the last delivery. Down the ground. Cynthia tries to come back. Nothing to risk here. And gets a single. And the score gets to 137 for 6 in 20 overs. And Ishimwe Giselle finishes on 80. And in that, New Hampshire managing 137. And Muhanga Zebras need 138 to win from their 20 overs. Ishimwe Giselle not out, carrying the bat, faced the first delivery and the last 80 of 59 deliveries with 8 boundaries and 2 maximums with a strike rate of 135. Very healthy. Lillian very handy at the top with 17 runs of 25 deliveries. And the partnership, Giselle and Lillian, 62 of 62. Very, very massive. Shimwe Giselle and Shimwe Henriette, partnership of 47 of 32 deliveries. Shimwe and Shanse, 10 of 9. That's what's needed more and more often. And with the bowling scorecard, Kyuzo Benita, Nadine Deborah, and Alice goes wicketless. Iradukunda Joyce, 2 wickets with an economy of 6. Diane, 2 wickets as well, left arm spinner. Ingabire Georgette picking up 1 wicket, conceding 19 runs in 2 overs, with 13 extras being bowled. Again, the bowling department tried to be disciplined this afternoon, and Indatu Hampshire finishes 137 for 6 in 20 overs, and Muhanga Zebras need 138 runs to win in their whole allotted 20 overs, and will be up for a chase shortly. And back for the chase in that Hampshire, posting 137 for 6, and Mohanga Zebras will need 138 runs to win from 120 balls. And on your screens to open the batting for Mohanga Zebras, it is Alice Ikuzwe alongside Ingabire Georgette. Georgette in the morning, who didn't contribute anything in terms of runs on board because she only faced one delivery, and that same delivery was it for the day with a bat in hand. And Alice in the morning batted massively, scoring a 60 and 2 half centuries on a day. Something very good, something you would love to see often. Can we see a half century number 3? Can Mohanga Zebras register their second win, or will be Inatwa who register their second inning, their second victory in the tournament? It is Mohawenimana Immaculate to open the bowling from the airport end. And Alice will be facing the first delivery.
A 120 is what Ishimwe has asked for early on the toss, and they've got 18 more, asking Mohanga Zebra to chase 138 in 20 overs. And Ishimwe Henriette confidently said that they would defend 120, and now it's even more. Can Alice and Georgette start off well to give the confidence to the rest of the team? It was a very good day so far, witnessing 2 half centuries, one of Alice in the morning, 66, and the 80 of Giselle Ishimwe, starting off with the boundary. Nobody moves. Stop that. What are you talking about is what Alice said. She had me well. She knows what she's there to do. Look at that. Transferring all her weight on that ball. Slapping that, and the cover fielder could just watch that go to the boundary and nobody moves. Just going down outside the ropes to collect that ball. First ball, first boundary on Alice's name and Muhanga Zebras. What a way to start the innings. And now you can see Muhaweni starting to place the field well, knowing that now things is not easy. Down the leg for an extra, first wide of the innings. What an exciting game here. If if Alice and Georgette gets their touch in this game, I'm telling you, it will be one of the best and one of the pressurizing games here. These are kind of players who, whenever they are in, you feel them, their presence. Slapping that down to a deep extra cover for a single. 2 balls, 5 runs. Good going from Alice and Georgette on strike now.
And Emile, what happens when you take the ball and the first ball goes for a boundary? What goes through your mind?
We normally use this word like you in debt already. Like you gonna bowl the rest of 5 balls paying that.
And for sure, hey, and I could feel for Mohawe that cracking shot through the covers. Not like they say that those Chinese shots, but a lovely, lovely cover drive for a boundary. And that shows you, I mean, the batter herself tells you that, hey, I'm here, I'm in, bring it on. And Mahawenimana comes back stronger with 2 back-to-back dot balls. And Ingabire Roget, this time round, survives, but yet to get off the mark. Slight outside edge. Goes in the deep. Grace Mugwaneza at a third man region. And Georgette Ingabire gets off the mark. Way, way better than the morning game. Faced 1 delivery, and that 1 delivery was a wicket. And 1 more delivery to come. Mohawe up and running. Beautiful looking delivery. And Alice, not sure what happened. And over number 1, the score reads 7 for not. And Muhanga Zebras, the dugout, the coach, having a chat with everyone around, looking very composed, very relaxed. Still too early to decide on what happens later on. And shot number 5, Grace Muganeza comes into the attack from the pavilion end. Such a lovely, lovely off spinner. Stuns the ball very well. And Georgette on strike. Having beautifully done behind the stumps. And Georgette again goes back into the dugout, scoring only 1 run off 5 deliveries. We'll have to take a look at that on the side view to see how she came down the ground. Ended up being stumped by the wicket keeper, Sarah Uwela, who does the business. And Muhanga Zebras losing their first. Lovely, lovely stuff there by the keeper. And very good bowling again from Mugwaneza Grace. Tisenge Francine joins Alice Kuzwe. And exactly how it happened in the morning. Francine found Alice in way early in the second over, and here we are in the second over as well. Driven straight to Sifa Ingabire. Francine wants to steal a single, but the fielding looks to be very tight up front. With one more delivery to complete a maiden, or it will be a maiden. A maiden wicket over here, and 2 overs down, 7 runs on board after losing 1 wicket. Hawenimana asking so many questions to the stumps. And Alice survives I'm telling you, he will not give chances that he gave in the morning. This is a different opposition. And the mindset has to change. You've got to come out with a different approach. The umpire says no ball. We'll have to reball that and a free hit. How will Alice maximize this one? Can he get a boundary? And Alice moves away. Let's see if Alice will now respond back positively, or will Mohawe reply positively? It's put down, but either way, it was a free hit, but finds the fielder who puts that one down. And let's hope if it comes back not on a free hit. Let's hope if it comes back, it will stuck into the hands. And Mohawenimana comes back very, very well with 4 dot balls in the over, conceding only one with 2 balls remaining. And Alice goes hard, finds Sifa, who is very, very sloppy at mid on, and the ball finds the boundary. Another one on Alice's name, and another one for Gahanga Zebras. Alice very ready, and the intent is clear, taking on Mohawenimana Immaculate.
Another dot ball to finish off the over. After 3 overs, the score is at 12 for 1, needing 126 in just 102 runs. And whoever is around here, around the ground A, can feel Giselle, who is very close friend to Alice, telling her, just trying to tease her and will be trying to disturb her that she can lose the focus, telling her she cannot play Mohawenimana. She is not good at all at playing pace. But the senior Alice Kosgo replied very well with a boundary. Big appeal there, but there was some wood on that one. Nobody is outside the ring. On to Isenje Francine, trying to squeeze in tightly that she can never get off the strike, allowing Alice Ekosge to face. Up in the air, a chance of a catch, a run-out chance. Missing a direct hit, allowing Francine to get off the mark after facing 6 deliveries. And Alice Ekosge is now on strike. First time she is gonna face spin. And for her, they'll have long on and deep mid wicket. In that Hampshire knows really well that if they can get this big wicket of Alice Kuzge, then they will be much more in the game. in a very good position of winning it. But until then, you can never be happy and secured that you've won this one. At least it can destroy you, I'm telling you. And with that single, the fielders comes back inside the ring, and it is the first wide from Umuganeza Grace down the leg. Straight back, a run out chance here, an easy run out, but a poor throw from Giselle at mid-off. It was an easy run out chance. Poor communication in the middle there. Francine had to run all the way half pitch and went back. Down the leg, swept that one. And it's another single. Just one ball to complete the 5th over. Beg your pardon, it's the 4th. Cut powerfully, straight in the hands of the fielder at point, but still managed to get a single on that one. After 4 overs, they are on 18 for 1. They're being required 7.56 runs an over, and the current run rate is at 4, which means they need 121 in 96 balls. Alice Ekuzge on 11 of 12, and Francine on 2 of 8. If you're joining in now, this is Rwanda Women's T20 Premier League, which is sponsored by Dafabet, Fireflies, and Sportsbox here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. Wherever you're watching from, welcome in. It is a weekend here, Saturday, good weather. You can just pass by and watch some good cricket while having your drinks here at Wakanda. And there is a bowling change. Mtonwase Chanceline will come from the airport road end, and Alice Ikuzwe will come her by a boundary, going down on the knees, playing a very good slog sweep. Look at that. The head position, the swing of the bat, and the connection with the ball says it all, and it is a boundary. There is a field change, bringing in deep extra covers, having just where the ball landed, cow corner. It's long off and cow corner. Straight to cover fielder. Alice, who looks solid, not trying to give easy chances, but again, very positive that if you make a mistake, she's making sure that you pay for it. Oh, what a delivery. Beating Alice, coming on front foot with a straight bat, but the body is turning away from her and missing it. Very well played. Solid, classic batting from Alice. Top class. Very well batted from her. Very good shot on back foot. Getting a single on that one. It is 4.1 in 2 balls to complete her over is Umtoniwase Chanceline. Now the issue will be on the other end. Who can bat with Alice Ekuzwe? If there is somebody who can rotate the strike with her, then it will be much easier because Alice is trying to make sure that in every over she faces, she's getting a boundary. Whoever is on the other end must make sure that she's also getting that one, not a boundary necessarily, but getting off the strike. And if they keep on rotating that, getting 6, 7 and over, then it will be easier at the end when Alice is still in, being required, even if it's 8 or 9 in the last 5 overs. It will be much easier. And Grace will have to bowl her third over. After bowling 2, she had claimed 1 wicket and conceded only 5 runs. Oh, what a ball. Starting off with a dot ball again, having long on and deep mid wicket, who is just in between mid wicket and cow corner Legion on the side of cow corner. Fine leg and square, mid wicket, backward point, extra covers, and covers who is a little bit wider. Short pitch. Oh my lord, it passed between the batter and the stumps. It was short pitched, but again it was a little bit quicker than the previous deliveries. Oh my, dropped shot in front of her. It was a chance of a catch. You can hear Giselle saying, please, please go for a catch. This is the wicket for the game. Can't really miss on that one. It was a very, oh, wide this time, outside of at least trying to cut that one, but it has passed a few minutes ago. Tossing that one up, teasing Alice Ikuzwe that she could go aerial, but she said, no, I'm here to stay. Should be trying to access that gap between a square and Kalkana, who is out. Another maiden from Umugwaneza Grace. After bowling 3 overs, she has been conceded only 5 runs, taking 1 wicket. And you can see people are out here watching the games. It's none other than BKB, Bryson, Belize, and people out here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. And Chanceline will come back to bowl her second over. What a bowling from Mugwaneza Grace. Bowling 3 overs, conceding only 5 runs and taking 1 wicket. Very well bowled. Good area to bowl to these kind of batters who are not looking forward to attack you, and that made the captain to bring in long off to mid off and having only cow corner up in the air, but over the fielder at mid wicket, allowing Alice to come on strike as Tuisenje Francine get off the strike. And now, I said it early in the morning, Alice has been through different situations of the game, and now look at the task she has got on her back. Now, earlier in the morning, it was against an easy opposition. Fumbling that one is the fielder at square and allowing Adis to get a double. And in the morning, Adis was playing a very crucial role. But now it's not even crucial, but vital, because if she gets out now, they will most probably score around 70 if they get it right. But when she stays in, everything is possible. So how Alice is gonna go about these run chase? We've witnessed one man who is, I think, got the most successful run chases in the world. I'm telling you, when Alice gets down on the knees, my lord, she's throwing all her power on that one. Another boundary. Look at that. Going down on one knee, playing it straight back over the bowler's head. And it is another boundary. Yes, I also asked this question. One of the greatest run chaser in the world, Virat Kohli, has done it quite often. And recently, he has chased, he has scored a century chasing, and I think he's the best with the most centuries while chasing. And if they ask him about how does he do that, he only answers that it's all about knowing what you need, knowing what you really need. And if you know that you're being required 8 runs, how do you get it? It doesn't matter if you score a boundary, somebody can get doubles, another can score boundaries, but what matters is the runs you are chasing. And now Alice is being asked to chase 138. I cannot say she is alone, but again, losing the wicket of Georgette, the rest are depending on Alice. So, what do you think? What can Alice do now? Because for some players, they feel like, oh, I am very sure we can never win this one, but I can score my 50, even if I don't get to cross the line, but I can get my own runs. But what do you think? Is that the point, or is it even effective? Because if you get your 50, then the team will be close. But again, there is sometimes and somehow somewhere you get stuck on yourself and not crossing the line for the team. What would you advise Alice to do in this situation?
Oh, good Lord. That is Mohawe being very sloppy. I might say easiest of the catches. Puts that one down to allow Alice to come back on strike. And Emile, this game can never reward selfishness. And whoever plays a selfish game, a selfish game, trying to just score for yourself. Yes, you can go on and score some runs, score 50s, make your name, but those 50s are helping you as an individual. They are not helping the team. And that can never take you anywhere because you you are recognized because of the team's effort. Beautiful looking shot and very straight to find the boundary. Alice keeps cruising much fuller and hits that one even straighter. Find a boundary. So you can never and never do anything just for yourself. Even I was trying to say that you are recognized. Oh, good Lord. Alice, what are you doing? Back to back boundaries for Alice and for Mohanga Zebras. And again, you offer full, I take you on. And that is Alice saying that. 9 runs from 4 deliveries. Can she go back Can she now go another route? Beautiful looking delivery. Such a lovely comeback. And yes, you are always recognized because of your team, not you as an individual. So when the team does best, they see who always helps the team, who does this, who does that, who picks up those fifers, who scores those half centuries. But it is done when the team has won, and the team has won because of your contributions. And talking about that, Alice is dismissed. The Timbers are scattered, and that is none other than Ishimwe Henriette. Look at that pace of delivery. It was really much fuller pace off, and Alice was too quick to react, and the Timbers were down 30 of 31 deliveries with 6 boundaries, with a strike rate of 96. And that will see Tanya Nierukundo Kwase coming in to join Tusenje Francine. And yes, just like we were having a chat, Emile, so it is what the team does that helps you as an individual, and as an individual, not you as an individual. What you do, yes, it helps the team, but cricket is a team game. You've got to be a team player who helps the team to get to where the team wants to be. So Alice, yes, unfortunately, she is dismissed, but I was very, very okay with what she's doing. She's trying so hard. She's pushing so hard. And look at the shots she's playing. She's playing very good shots. Down the ground, she's getting boundaries. They are running the strike rotation. But the only thing was to go after the score. Because either way, if you keep knocking it around, by the time you are dismissed, you won't have enough time left, and you won't have the support behind. But now you've got to do. I mean, you've got to do what it takes. It, like they say, it is what it is. But yeah, it happens. But the approach was good. I loved it big time, and now it is up for the other batters to cash in. In the morning, she was alone, I might say. Scored some runs alone, single handedly, but this time round, it will require even Tanya to come in and score some runs, take the game even deeper, and you get to see how it goes. But again, that Hampshire, very good bowling team. Was going to say Justine is not yet in to bowl, but here she is. There is Tumukunde, who hasn't yet bowled. Grace still have some overs. Sifa has some overs. And yeah, we'll get to see how this turns out to be. Because now the required run rate has jumped to 8. A big ask if Mohanga Zebras don't do anything. And those will be wides. Wide ball to start things off. And 99 more runs needed from 72 balls. It's not a big ask. To me, it's not a big ask, but who is there to execute? Who is there to get those runs? That's now, that will be the question. Goes up in the air, drops short in front of Cynthia Tuizere for just a single. And in all these two teams, I mean, something to be proud of. We spoke about under 19s in the morning, and so many of them are playing in these two teams, including Justine herself, Tanya, the striker, the non-striker, the two batters in, they're all under 19. Grace, who has been bowling off spin here, Shanse, who was left arm spinner. I mean, so many of them. It is them getting the game time up in the air. They should be taken and easily taken. And Tanya perishes. Someone who I thought would at least make a difference, but now gives her wicket away. The skipper, Shimwe Henriette, takes the catch. Look at that. Lovely. And Shimwe fielding in the covers as well. Not so many times you'll see her in the covers. Last week I saw her fielding in slips, of which I can't trust her hands and her reflexes in slips region. But this time round takes a catch in the covers. She normally fields at mid-on, mid-off, or as a boundary raider. But this time round in the covers. Nadine, the captain, joins Francine Tuisenge. Drops short. Again, Lillian not very awake. If you were moving in with the bowler, this would be a different story at the moment. 40 for 3 after 9 overs.
Ishimwe Henriette, the captain, will bring herself on again from the pavilion end. Having deep fine leg, deep third man. Going down the leg, and it is a white ball. Will be trying to attack those stumps of Tuisenge Francine, not allowing her to get off strike. This is a team that I could say is a very legendary team, has been taking trophies in previous years, and they are carrying that winning spirit. When they're in a position of squeezing, they don't let it go that easily. And a good team with quality players going over the ball. She is playing very, very standing. Should be at least a little bit lower to access those balls of Ishimwe Henriette, who will not let her off the strike that easy. You can see Ishimwe calling the keeper to come a little bit up. And yes, a white ball, but you can see the plan. The batter is moving, and the keeper has to do a little bit more of the work just behind the stumps, even though she got some stumpings earlier on. But again, you need some good hands there back to support your bowler. Would have been a different story on that one. An edge, but healthy, getting a single on that one, allowing the captain Zaituri Chinadin on strike. Powerful, straight back on the bowler's region, but there is protection. Giselle Ishimwe couldn't allow her to get off strike. And Ishimwe Henriette bowling a wide dot, wide and single. Mid-wicket fielder fumbles that one, but there is a backup just on mid-on. Bowling another dot, 2 in a row. Just one more to complete the over. Very good weather here at Gahanga. Up in the air. A catch taken. I would like to see that one on the replay. You can see the smile. Oh my lord. But it doesn't matter however you catch the ball. What matters the most is that you completed the catch. And it is another fall of wicket for Muhanga Zebra, and very good position for Indatko Hampshire as Henriette claims her second wicket as she completes her second over. Look at that. Trying to go over the top, misconnecting that one. And it is another wicket. 43 for 4 after 10 overs. They're being required 9.50. 95 in 60 balls. Very possible, but rarely happen here in this league. Can they get it over? And Justine comes back on the attack. And in that Hampshire will be looking forward to squeeze them in, and so that they cannot get over 80 runs. Fumbles that one. Sloppy fielding by Sifa. And it is a double. Could have been a dot ball. It turned out to be a double. Again, even though you are in a very good position at the stage of the game, but you don't have to let anything slide that easy. Again, poor communication in the middle, but again, they will make it to a single. Again, Sifa fumbles that one, trying to go for a catch, misjudging it, dropping short in front of her, and again, missing it, not even stopping it from not getting a run from that one. And Nakuzge Dorian will get on strike. A chance of a run out. Jesus. A wide ball and a run taken off that delivery. But it was a run out chance. I don't know where the keeper was looking, but it was on both ends. If she could have hit that one direct to the stumps, up in the air this time round, misjudged it again coming forward, but the ball was really over her, and it is another double. Tisenja Francine lofting every ball, and Sifa guilty party there, not doing the job for the side, misjudging 2 catches. Short pitch, respectfully played that one, and said this one won't take me. Francine on 11 of 23. Very good number there. Up in there this time round. Is it gonna be a catch? Yes, it is a catch on a second attempt. You can see the smile on her face after doing it wrong first time, and now she completed the catch and dismissing Francine Tuisenge, who was really playing everything up. Look at that. There is some sun there, but good judgment of the catch. And it is 50 for 5 after 10.5. They need 88 in 55 balls. Possible, but hardly possible.
Justine Ingabire striking at this stage of the game, and 50 for 5, needs 5 more wickets to win, and Gahanga Zebras needing 88 runs to win from 55 balls. And I just remembered something very interesting, Emile. In that, the 11 players who are on the field, 9 of them have played for the national team. And the reason why I had to have a thought about it was because of the fielding mistakes, the fielders being very sloppy, misfields, balls going through the legs, dropped catches, missed chances, and I just got to go through that. Only Justine and Grace Mugwanes are the only ones who haven't yet tested that. But again, it's actually Justine only, because Grace Mugwaneza, she played the under 19, the 2025 qualifiers that were held here in Kigali. She was part of that squad. So it's only Justine who hasn't yet tasted the the national team environment. But having 10 players who have played for the national team, and still you get to see some guys lacking awareness, I wonder where that goes, because all of them are still involved in the game. Even though you're still playing for the national team, you're still part of the provisional squad for the national team. That simply means you are training. But when it comes to club cricket, now something has to change. And I wonder why. Is it the culture? Because now when you come in the national team, there is culture. There are things you've got to follow. There are things you've got to do to be, to belong in the national team. And now the culture you get from top there, when you come down here at club level, it's something you've got to keep doing. If it's not there, because you've tested that culture, It's something you've got to bring in the environment that you are currently in. So it's something that caught my mind. Then I had to to have a second thought about it. But it's something that needs to be worked on big time. And Tumkunde Marie Josepha comes into the attack from the pavilion end. Another wide delivery, 3 in the over. Marie Josepha as well represented Rwanda in the Africa qualifier, the senior women's, when they were playing in Uganda, in Entebbe. And Josepha was the culprit when Nigeria beat Rwanda by then by Duckworth Lewis, only because Tumukunde was bowling. And the last ball she bowled went for a boundary. And that boundary, that 4 runs, Nigeria won by 3 runs on DLS. So again, that comes back to the culture, to the character, the thinking. What are you thinking towards your game? What are you thinking towards contributing to the success of the team? Because when what a lovely strike this is from Owase Deborah, and that goes all the way for a boundary. And when you see the heavens trying to open, when you see where the rain comes from here at Gahanga, and you're bowling, exactly, there are thoughts that you get, that what do I need to do? Do I need to slow down my bowling? Do I need to now be more even tighter? Do I need to try and get a wicket to keep things tight on the DL? Things like those. But again, when you try to do things just for the sake of doing, then you find yourselves in a tough situation that that you got yourselves into. Then there is a problem, and that comes along with what the mind tells you. What are the thoughts at the moment? So it happened back in Uganda. I brought it back because of what we just talked about in terms of the culture. What you do up here, when you go down here at the lower level, where does it go? How does it disappear? Just like that. So Giselle into the attack.
I think the captain Ishimwe Henriette have decided to bring on Giselle that she can take some wickets for her because Pinas all doing well. Apart from Marie Josepha who bowled, it wasn't even that much expensive, but she has bowled so many extras. But to the rest, they were bowling good. And that chance of a catch, yes, taken. The plan has worked. Giselle, who was a part-time bowler, but again ended up bowling some quite overs in Challenge Trophy. Again, strikes. Look at that. full and wide. The batter fell into that trap of going and just didn't connect it well, ending up giving a catch at backward point. And this leads to 61 for 6 for Gahanga Zebras after 12.3 overs. Cow corner in the deep. Fine leg. I mean, it's backward square. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Wide cover, extra cover. Who is a little bit back. Placed that one in the gap, but there is a protection in the deep, a third man. Played it at backward point, but managed to get a single on that one. One ball to complete half first over. 1 dot wicket, 1-1. 3 runs so far and a wicket. One ball to complete half first over. Dropped in the covers, a run out chance. Missed that one, and it is another single taken by Irachiza Eme Aryan. At the end of 13th over, the score is at 64 for 6, and they need 74.
And the captain brought herself back. 64 for 6 after 13 overs. And starts off with a dot ball. How well can the two batters get these runs? Shy at the stumps. Very good stuff there from Grace with the backup. Dorian Nakuzwe. She can hit, she can sneak in some boundaries, but haven't yet seen her trying so hard. In the morning, I tried, but didn't get any. Can she try this afternoon? You could see she's trying to swing the bat, but it has to be now that you try something, not later on when allow the peel, but the umpire moves away, thinks otherwise. Very good delivery that was. Nakuzge Dorian didn't know whatsoever what was happening. Shimne, the captain, on your screens. And that will be it. 14 overs down. 66 for 6. And Ishimwe bowling 3 overs, picked up 2 wickets and conceded 14 runs. 72 more runs needed from 36 balls. Who is really there to try and take the game deep, as the required run rate goes to 12 exactly. And the current run rate is 4.7. Need to sneak in some boundaries. That's the only way that you can give yourself a chance. Up and over. The infield, the ball is racing away, and the ball doesn't have enough legs to cross the rope. Gets a double. That was Dorian Nakuzwe. Need more of those. Even if you don't get the boundaries you desire, at least get in those twos. Should be a single. The collection are not quite enough to allow herself to give in a good throw to attempt a run out. And that will race away to the boundary. And a much needed one. A much needed boundary for Mohanga Zebras. Look at that. The keeper not doing justice for Giselle Shimwe. And conceded 7 runs from 3 deliveries. If they can get another boundary, then can they come back for 2? They just get a double. And on the other ground, Sorgate Women's Cricket Club taking on Charity Women's Cricket Club. Sorgate winning the toss and batting first, scored 81. And that is hit powerfully. A catch, and it's taken in the deep. And another one bites the dust. It is Dorian Nakuzwe who perishes 74 now for 7 in 14.5 overs. It was hit, but not enough power behind it to allow it to go over the rope. On the other ground, Sorwate posting 81, and Charity in response, they are now on 75 for 7 in 14.3 overs. They need 7 runs to win from 33 balls. Much possible, very possible. It's only the wickets column. It's actually 76. Need 6 runs. And 15 overs down. 74 for 7.
Muhawenimana Immaculate back on the attack, starting off with the wide. Different end. Started earlier on with the first over on the airport road end, but now she is coming from the pavilion end. The captain decided to bring on her strike bowler, having third man deep fine, and the rest are the inside the inner circle. Dot ball onto Iradukunda Joyeuse. The required run rate is 12.80, nearly impossible for them to chase the total. 64 in 30 balls. Another dot, 2 in a row after wide. It was a very beautiful day here at Gahanga International Stadium. Since the day started, there was sun, good weather, no much wind, and hopefully we'll get this chance even tomorrow for the men's T20 back again. Tomorrow there are also some exciting games. If you are watching this, please, and you didn't get a chance of passing by and watch women's cricket, don't miss tomorrow's games in the morning here at this ground. Challengers will be taking on Tamil Lions, who are topping the table for now. And in the afternoon, the Rugu Royals will be taking on Spartans. 5 dots in a row. Just bowled one wide on the first ball. Very well bowled from Immaculate Muhawenimana. Last ball. Short and wide. Poorly kept by Sarah Uera. Should have stopped that one. And turned a wide into 2. But again, a poor ball from Muhawenimana. Why should you go away from the batter who is not really even attacking you? That's what Ishim Henriette will be asking. What a way to finish off the over. 3 wides. Oh, another ball. It was 2 left. Just conceded 3 wides. 3 runs in an over, but one of them are wides. It is the over. At the end of 16th over, the score is at 77 for 7.
You look at the skyscrapers there, the orange and the blue ones, very, you could spot the difference. And Grace Muganeza comes into the attack. Sifa Ingabire taking a shy at the stumps. A quick throw, but misses that one. Doesn't find anything. And allow the appeal. The umpire says the height gets nothing. Dukunda Joyce trying to sneak in some runs, some much needed runs. And another beautiful looking delivery with some turn. That is grace for you. Bowling 3.3, conceding only 6 runs. What a spell, with 3 more balls to come. Short pitched, and it will be a wide. The two batters trying to push and see if they can at least play the full 20 overs. And what a spell this is. Bowling the full spell of 4 overs, conceding only 8 runs, picking up 1 wicket with an economy of 2. Gahanga Zebras smiles all over. The batting scorecard, Alice on top there with 30 runs off 31 with 6 boundaries. And Tuisenye Francine 11 of 24. The rest is 749. I know someone who always say that it looks like a phone number. But yeah, it is what it is. And Immaculée Muhawenimana comes back. Into the block hole. And again, he gets nothing. Joyeux looking to be very straight. I love the presentation of the full face. That's a lovely hit to Mukunde. Marie Josefa gives away just a single, but it wasn't hit that hard. But Tumukunde, Marie Josefa, not sure, should have picked it up quickly to attempt a run out. Makile to bowl the 4th delivery. A balls up, cleans her out, and it is done for Irekiza Eme Ariane, who is gone for just 9 runs off 17 deliveries. And Muhanga Zebras losing another 81 for 8 after 17.5. It's 17.4 overs. And Muhawenimana Immaculate earns herself a wicket on today's encounter. Look at that. Just moves away, trying to defend that, trying to survive, but ends up going through the gate. And Chuzo Benita joining Iradukunda Joyeuse and Muhanga Zebras. That is too straight and too plumb for the umpire to raise that finger. I really expected that anything full and straight, anything on the pads, the umpire wasn't going to hesitate at all. And that is 2-2 for Mahawinimana Immaculate. And 81 for 9 and 17.5. A hat-trick ball, can Mohawe ends her spell with a hat-trick. Can she really do that? I don't remember Mahawinimana picking up a hat-trick. Ever since I knew her, maybe I'm mistaken, but not really. Look at that delivery. What else do you expect? That is too plumb and too straight, and the umpire was smiling. He knew that anything that comes, it is gone. Hat-trick ball. Hat-trick ball. Mahawinimana up and running. Up in the air. And not taken. It goes up in the air but finds nothing. Just over the infield. And Mahawinimana completes her spell 4 overs. Conceded only 16 runs. It's 17 runs, picked up 2 wickets. It is 18 overs down, 82 for 9. Ndatwa needing 1 wicket to win. The Muhanga Zebras, the required run rate reads 28. Mathematically very possible, but the personnel to do that and Grace, it's Shanse Mutoni comes into the attack from the airport end to ball over number 19. Two in a row, 2 dot balls in a row. Very good, such a lovely start. And this looks to be going in that Hampshire's way. This has to go in Datwa's way. They've worked so hard for this. Giselle had contributed massively to be where they are now. And that will be it for Muhanga Zebras and for Indatu Hampshire Cricket Club. Muhanga Zebras being bowled out for 83. Moves away and boom, the stumps are down. And Indatu Hampshire winning the game by 54 runs. It was the Rwanda Women T20 Premier League, sponsored and powered by Dafabet, Sportsbox, Fireflies, and of course the Rwanda Cricket Association. In just 18.3 overs, 83 all out. That is the batting scorecard. Talked about this one, 30 of 31 deliveries with 6 boundaries on Alice's name. Francine, 11 of 24. Dorian, 7. Deborah, 4. Irachiza, 9. with 18 extras bowled, of which are too many for a team like Indato Hampshire Cricket Club. With the bowling scorecard, Immaculate Muhawenimana, Henriette Ishimwe, Ingabire Justine, Ishimwe Giselle 2 wickets apiece, Grace Chanceline 1 wicket apiece. And that will be it for the day, and catch you shortly at the post-match presentation.